Organization is a problem. Once again, good morning. It's good to know one another. We have officials from the Ministry of Education. We have officials from universities. We have representatives from other management firms who are doing various components within CAPE. We have the project implementation team representatives. We have students. We have corporates who have posed the innovation challenges for the students to work on. We have our other partners. We have parastatals, associations who are here with us today. I don't want to make a presentation. Today is the day we want to listen to the students. All of us at one point we were a student. These are some of the platforms perhaps we never enjoyed, but the current generations, we are able to organize something for them. In a nutshell, when we were doing the introduction, we mentioned various components which make up this project. As a background, this project began sometimes back 2018, hit by COVID 2020, so it slowed down. Picked again in the year 2023, 2024, so the first phase is coming to an end. It's Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project, sponsored by World Bank, implemented by the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. Several components. First component is about how do we strengthen the ecosystem. And the ecosystem we're looking at three different areas. One is what we are doing today, the industry academia platform. This is basically the interaction between the tertiary education institutions, industry, and government on one side. That gives you that first component. And today we are going to listen to what a solution can come from a student, and it can provide a solution to a company whom they can make a decision to uptake it. Second is about international acceleration. Once these young men and women become entrepreneurs, how do we link them with resources, both domestic and foreign? Joint ventures, investment areas, or that. So we link them through the second subcomponent, which is international acceleration. Then what David said is about the other one, which is administration of intermediaries. And here we're looking at the incubation, the acceleration, and the rapid tech skills activities. First, you need to incubate startups, guys with ideas, guys who are still refining the ideas. You need to take them through incubation process. Then once the idea is refined, you take them through an acceleration process so that once they do their demo day, pitch day, they are able to be linked to certain resources, including financials. So in a nutshell, that is a first component. I know Julius and the team, at one point, you'll have to meet with the SKY's team. How can these young men and women go through an incubation process? Is one of the God under SKY's. Is it possible? Among the students who are interested from the innovation challenges, once they are done, are we able to place them in an incubation program, which is being run by the E for Impact? Then they gain also skills there, other resources there, and they come out more successful. That's the first component. Then second component is what we call in small and medium enterprises support mechanism in terms of increasing their productivity and innovation. We're providing some technical assistance in terms of grants, which will be administered through a performance improvement plan, basically for them to undertake innovation, productivity, and become export ready. That is in a nutshell the second component. Then out of that we have other ecosystem players. We have parastatals and we have association. That's where Mercy comes in. We have 4 parastatals, that is Kenya Industrial Estate, Kirudi, we have KIPI and KEBS who are supporting that area. We have from the ecosystem, we have ASEC, which is an umbrella body for all the ESOs. Then we have communication farm and M&D. So that is a structure of the project in a nutshell. Today, the prominence is about industry academia platform, where we're going to listen to the solutions from 2 cohorts of students who have run innovation challenges. That's the reason you are hearing Group 1 and Group 2. We will score them, but all of them are winners. That's right, Julius. There's no loser, no winner, but all of them are winners. The progression from here is what we alluded in the first. The incubation under skies, even as we look at the corporates are taking some of the challenges, some of the solutions which have been proposed. And at this moment, we're very grateful to a number of corporates who have posed their challenges. We have Kenya Power, we have Latia, we have Meli Foods, we have Endless Africa, and we have Mobius. So more farms, more corporates are expected to be onboarded as we continue. Let me stop there so that we deal with the issue of the day, which is now I usher in Julius to give us the next item. We will interact further. The other components are running. We come into an end of phase 1. We can have follow-up activities after all these phase 1 activities are done. Otherwise, asanteni sana. Feel welcome and hope to have good interactions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maitha. And yes, we want to move a bit fast now because of time, so we'll ask Julius to just give a few remarks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Julius Gatune with the Master's School of Management, senior consultant there, and a professor there. So we are working. We have been the people who were tasked to build this Industry Academy platform, and you may ask why do we need it? Why do we care about it? We care about innovation because innovation matters to our country. It matters in terms of because it's through innovation that you can convert what we call natural and physical capital, which is what God gave you, into goods and services that can transform people's lives. So this requires knowledge. A key input to it. And where do you get knowledge? You get the knowledge from university. You get it from academia. But knowledge is not enough, because if you don't have knowledge, if you don't have a business model, it doesn't matter whether you have knowledge and so on. So you need business, you need entrepreneurship, you need people who can be able to take this knowledge, convert it into a business, and provide goods and services. But even beyond that, you also need people who are social innovators, who can help bring ideas and help people to think. We can think differently, we can live differently. We need policy innovators. That's why government is here also so important, because this is part of what you see innovation, institutional innovation. Because for government to lead this, it means that they are also innovators who lead that. And it's trying to bring all these components together that we put this platform. Therefore, the platform is about solving problems. It's about bringing all various actors together, trying to see how can we bring about solutions. And one of the key things is we understand universities are public resources. Okay, I can do the, yeah. So when you, one of the ideas is really to capture the investment, because you have knowledge, you have people, but you need companies to grow. And you want companies in Kenya, we have many companies are not that big. SMEs are not that big. They can't do R&D, but you have entrepreneurs there. But how do you make them to move the next step? How do you tap the knowledge within the university? So one of the key things that we really want to do is to see how can you leverage university, and especially students, to solve problems for organizations. And why students? Because students can bring something else that other researchers cannot bring. Because they are young people, the world is changing. They see things in a different way. They see something that you can't see because they live in a different way. The way they consume media, the way they could do something. For example, now, today, if you think that you're going to be in television business, be careful. Because I think no student, they don't they don't watch television. They consume the same things in other ways. But you might be here with your researchers thinking, how do you do the next, the next television, the next HD, and so on. Yet there's no market for it. Somebody can tell you, forget about it. It's a different world. So they can help you see ahead. Another thing that our platform can really help, obviously we can also solve pain points because students do actual research that can actually solve problems. But so students can also help in terms of helping you deal with new technologies. All these blockchain, other things that are coming up, what do they mean? A company may not know, they may not have an idea, but they may know that there's something coming out there and we don't know it. Help us. Let us think about this. And it's these young people who can give you those new ideas. But obviously we also want to give students skills, such that we can also identify talent through this kind of platform. And you'll see that, because once you do it, you start seeing certain things that students need to have. So part of our platform is actually to solve problems, but also to give students new skills, help them get better, ready for job market, but also network among them. All these students here are from different universities, not just people who have come from one university, one faculty or one department. The idea is to mix them, make them come up, be interdisciplinary, helps cross-pollination of ideas. But more importantly, you start creating your own network. Because we are hoping that if you solve a problem, you're also creating a network. You can also now be future entrepreneurs. Apart from being more ready for the market, you can be future entrepreneurs. So really, we are looking for these solutions here. Today is not really a competition. It's really to showcase what you have. Because part of it is also to train you to also be able to present. So the people here are not coming to judge you. They're just coming to give you something extra that as you go along and you move along with your solution, because this is your solution and you can do much with it. The companies can decide to go with it, but if not, it's still your solution and there could be opportunities with it. Thank you. I didn't want to say much more than that. Welcome you all. I think hand back to the MC to lead us to the next stage.
Thanks, Julius. And I hope you didn't call me MCA. He called me MC, which is fine. Okay, so we're going to go to the next phase where we want to introduce our teams. And, of course, the teams are going to be judged politely. Politely. There'll be no fight. Okay? So whatever you tell them, yes. We have a judging criteria. That means things are getting serious, but on the nice side. So before I introduce the judges, this is how we are going to qualify you with your ideas. First, we'll want to understand how much you immersed into the problem. I'll not tell you the score on that. Okay? The judges will do. Then we look at the solution. The solution we looked at in about two major parts. One is the desirability. How lovely is it? Who wants it? And then viability. Does it have a commercial value? Okay? And then we look at your presentation skills. Not your dressing skills. Presentation skills, right? And we try to talk about this during our mentorship program, that it's good sometimes to speak and speak the words and also say what you mean. The quality of your presentations or PowerPoints, the decks, it's also important for us. Then we'll finalize that with the teamwork. We know some of your members are online, so we want to see, do you engage them? Can you engage them? Yes, try to do that. So desirability, feasibility, viability, presentation skills, and then presentation materials. Of course, that will give us a total score of 100%. And as we said, everybody's already a winner, so probably you already have 100%. It just depends on how you distribute that in the presentation time, right? Great. So let me start by introducing the judges, and I'll give them a mic because they refused to tell me their names in the beginning. So I'll just give the mic to pass it across up to the end. When they reach there, then team 1, Microdairy 1, are you in the house? Karibuni after this. Judges.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Naipami Kaikai. I'm representing Youth Champions for Sustainable Development Goals. I'm an economist by profession. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Joyce Ngure from the Ministry of Education, the Directorate of Research, Science and Technology. Welcome.
John Minami, member of project implementation team at KIEP project.
Good morning. My name is Susan Manjiro. I'm the Digital Ecosystem Advisor at GIZ, leading on digital skills for youth, women, startups, and SMEs, and the innovation ecosystem.
Good morning. My name is David Cheboriot. I wear 3 hats sitting here. So I'm a director at the E4 Impact Entrepreneurship Centers. I'm a team lead of SKIES, which is one of the components of KIEP. But I'm also the chairperson of ASEC, which is the Association of Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya.
Good morning. My name is Cecilia Mwangi, the Innovation Ecosystem Manager for the Kenya Industry Entrepreneurship Project. I'm also an ecosystem builder. I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Denise Bryan. I'm an economist. I mentor and support students in their innovation spaces. I judge at Housebray.
Good morning, all. My name is Petronila Udoni.
Morning once again. Philip Maida, State Management for Industry, leading the project as the project coordinator. Thank you.
Morning once more. My name is Florence Mutua. I'm from Agile Consulting, where we handle business solutions for business modeling, capacity building, and linking entrepreneurs to markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, judges. Now we have a 10-man judge bench. Is it a 10-man judge bench? So the 10 judges will do a very nice job with our teams here. So what is the background of this? I know you've heard about the background of the project from the beginning. We've started by introducing KIEP in general, then the components that are involved in it, and the work that iTATU is doing with the students. My name is Manasseh Meruka, and I'm also a design thinking facilitator or specialist. So I took a lot of these teams through the first stages of the training, so that what they're going to present today will involve a little bit of an understanding on how design thinking process works. And they want to tell us how that has shaped their challenges. In their experience, has design thinking helped you to shape your challenges today? So what is design thinking? David is looking at me as if I want to train now. I'm not going to do it. Simply put, this is a human-centered approach on how we look at problems and solutions. And why we use it is because it enables us to interact first and foremost with the end user, the customer. We put the customer at the center of everything we do. We ask the questions around why a problem exists, how it exists, and how the customer feels and experiences it. So there are several steps in that. And we took our students through the 6 steps, or the 6 phases, beginning all the way from immersion, going through empathy, ideation, prototyping, validation, and sense-making through a process we call reflection. This helps the students to understand why each challenge can be solved the way they have solved it. And I'm glad to say that because I'm also a mentor in the program, yeah, they've wowed me by the way they have adapted this model. So looking forward to having an experienced team of design thinkers now present to us through the next phases. So Zainab will help us to transition the slides, hopefully. And teams, are you ready? She's also the timekeeper, by the way. So if you don't look up, she'll cut you off. You have 10 minutes to present, right? 5 minutes to present, 5 minutes for questions and feedback. And we are ready to roll. Are we? Team 1, micro dairy. On your feet, to the front. You both need microphones. You can borrow mine and take the other one. Okay, you're getting a reprieve. I don't know why. Digital transformation. Thank you. We have had a bit of a change because the company sponsoring the challenge has not arrived. So we will go to the other side. Oh, surprises. Digital transformation teams, where are you? Just stand. Digital transformation. 1, 2. So we'll start with digital transformation and we will call team 1 to the front. We hope you are ready.
Good morning, everyone. If you allow me, I make a humble request. Before we start the presentation, so there's a demo we have, and if you want to participate, you can just go directly to it. So it's our website, demo.arifahub.com. Demo.arifahub.com.
Speaking like a presenter, demo.arifahub.com. And he says that is what he wants to start with. How many seconds? It will be after, right? It might be dangerous to do it before. Okay, thank you.
So you can sign in. So you can sign in with Google and you'll have access. So we can start on the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. We are the Green and Digital Transition Team 1. And to us, green and digital transition means a combined effort in technological advancement while at the same time maintaining eco-friendly practices. Imagine a future where there is technological advancement while at the same time it heals our planet Earth. So we decided to give this transition a personality so that we can interact with it more. And we called it a superhero duo, which basically it's a unique combination between a technological guru and an eco warrior. So who are we? We are a diverse team of students that aim at elevating or improving efficiency, inclusivity, and sustainability in the energy management system in Kenya. During our research, we identified a market niche, which we saw through various problems that we noted, which include a rise in energy demand, the need for grid stability, also the need of including technological advancement and its flexibility in So, as I was saying, we noted a niche which was contributed by various challenges that we observed, which includes an increased energy demand. We also have the need to adapt to new technologies. There's also a need for collaboration, need to maintain grid stability, and increased consumer awareness. This enabled us to come up with a comprehensive solution which ensured a combination of both software and hardware tools to ensure that we allow for monitoring, control, and optimization of energy usage in Kenya. This platform allows for collaboration. It allows different stakeholders to come together to leverage the electricity services in Kenya. Among the stakeholders that are going to be accommodated in our platform is the industry and academia, where we include students and allow them to research more. And then there's private to public partnerships. We also have utility companies providers who are going to be here. We also have an innovation hub or a think tank, which will allow continuous supply of research. Also we will have community engagement and forums. So the heart of this entire system is the smart meters. We'll use smart meters to collect data on electricity usage. So in the EMS connection, we have a few tools. We have the smart meters, as I've mentioned, that will collect the data. And then we have the data acquisition system, which acts as an interface between the smart meters and the energy management software. We also have the energy management software, which will analyze the data that we'll have. And finally, we will provide a user-friendly interface, which our consumers are going to interact with. So our energy management system or portal has some benefits, which include cost saving. We have real-time monitoring of energy usage. We also have personalized insights. There is continuous education for the consumers who are going to use the portal. We'll also provide incentives. For instance, we have energy challenges in the portal. So when a consumer, an electricity consumer, participates in the challenge, we may able to, as an electricity provider, we may able to provide incentives such as reducing the electricity bill for the next time. We also have continued education on the consumers through the hub that we are going to provide in the portal. But does our solution have sustainability? And yes, we are going to reduce carbon footprint. We are also having efficient energy production. We'll also have proactive energy consumption trails and also community engagement.
Okay, so to the next slide, so about the risks. So the main risks that we identify might be the technical issues on implementing it, The other one was about data security and privacy. Also the adoption about the community, and also mainly about adoption and integration and data. And to solve these issues, we have some things in place about, so for instance, in the integration complexity, we are looking forward to partnering with the other people, other players to assist us on that. And also in data security and privacy, that one will also be solved when developing the solution. So, okay, about our competition. So the main current market players in this energy management is mainly the people who are dealing with the smart houses, if I can give a good example. So those are the main currently players right now. But the overall adoption to the greater population is less. So, and we are trying to bridge that gap and make it accessible to everyone in the country. So our business model, so we are proposing through the system, we can have a freemium approach, so whereby it will be subscription based. So we can have some free features such as the hub for collaboration. And for more features and insights, we can have a premium option where consumers can pay to get more services. Yes, so this was a financial projection. So we targeted, if you want maybe for our first phase, if we can do maybe 100, 200 homes. So that's the amount that we might require. So 1.59 million Kenya shillings for the development of the system, and maybe 1.8 million, assuming we projected the cost for integrating our smart meter to be around 9,000. Yes. So this is our team, meet our team. So we have Vivian.
I am Vivian Alichula, a civil engineering student at Kenyatta University.
So absentia, we have Gateri Joseph from Mary University, Cairo Isaac from Kenyatta University, and Imali Catherine from Pwani University. David Gitau from Kenyatta University. Yes, so be part of this journey towards a sustainable future. Thank you.
You can take your seats for now.
We would like to show that
there's something more will be done during the break. We'll do the demo during the break, okay? So that we can have that out. Okay, yeah, from the judges. We have one mic, so I think the best way to do it, how many questions do you have? Two or three? Yeah, let me hear from the company. Yes, that definitely. Okay, so let's pick a few questions first from the from the judges.
Hi, Team Green Sustainability. My first question is, what is the difference between your system? Is it prepaid or postpaid? The second question is, how are you going to integrate the renewable energy to the hydro? And what is the rate? Do you know the exact amount of megawatts, or you haven't? Yeah, that's the other question. And then the final question is, how secure is it? 2 days ago, two guys who went to replace some wires, unfortunately, they had shock and they died. How secure is your system more than the current KPLC system? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I want to give you a chance to answer like 3 questions, right? And if you'd like to take some notes, please take your notebooks and pens. It's good to have note the questions so you don't ramble. How many of us want to ask questions first, judges? We're only taking 3. That's the next team. Is that fair? Good. Ask. Then he asks, then we stop. Because of time, right? Thank you. So let them revise. I think the first questions. Mnashika, you're iTATU. Please.
Okay, who is your customer? And what's your advantage? What advantage do you have? And how sure are you that they're going to buy your product?
Thank you. So I think the first question 1 was on risks. Okay. The rates. Prepayment of. Yes. Okay. I hope you guys will catch that, yeah? Okay. Let's ask only one question. Yes.
Yeah. So have you identified other players in the market that are doing already what you're doing, or are you the pioneers? And if not, if you have, what are you doing differently from them?
Okay. I'm begging we stop here.
So we can answer the questions. So the first one, I'll say who's our customer. So first of all, our main customer is the consumer, the electricity consumer, but we also be able to integrate the other players, the providers and the utility companies and the academia. But the main one is the consumers. So on the payment, so the consumer is the end consumer, so
households,
households, yes, households
yes.
and industries, yes.
Correct.
So they are households and industries. So on the payment, so it will be a prepayment model based on the features. So some features will be free to use. As you get more features, you want more features, you'll have to pay before. So the other question was, so the other question was, let me go to the safety, the risks. So the way we are integrating it, we want to integrate with the existing infrastructure. So currently we are using the digital meters. So as we said, we'll be using the smart meters. So generally it's not a new grid we are integrating. So we'll be just changing the meters from the digital to the smart meters. So currently ours will are focusing mostly more on the consumer, the meters from the smart meters.
Probably something around efficiency in consumption. That's, I think, the general direction this is taking, not the overall supply of energy. Okay? Can you answer the final question, integration with the...
So, so on the integration, so this will be mainly on the partnerships. So we want to partner mostly on the renewable energy providers. I understand some people, okay, KenGen, they have a high rate of renewable energy. So we'll be partnering with those, and also we'll be doing the reach outs. We have a hub for that to collaborate. So that's where we'll be pushing for that, the renewable energy.
Thank you. The last question today from her.
Was it the unique? What's unique about from our competitors?
Correct.
I think it's our hub, our digital hub, that allows for continuous supply in technological advancement, which will ensure that we continue updating our system. And also that hub will also benefit the students who will continuously engage with the industry, which will help them build their CV or portfolio. So I think that's what makes that different.
Any competitors in the industry?
The smart homes. The smart homes who are currently doing what we are doing.
Currently, we don't have the specific names, but there are many players in the smart homes.
Okay. As somebody who is not in the room would have talked to you a little bit about that around climate and energy. Thank you so much. I think we'll stop there. Thank you. Let's appreciate the team.
Sorry to interrupt. This is to the judges. While you're scoring, the form, you just put the numbers, the points only. And if you have any comments, you just write it on the side. But for scoring, just put digits only.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, put it there. We'll start questions from here. Okay, so I think we'll also have to organize ourselves around the number of questions we ask and how many people can participate in that so that the time is also maintained. We have team 2. Team 2.
Good morning. I'm Patrick Munya. Our proposed solution, we named it as Harmony in Motion because it is an interconnected system that tries to capture ocean winds, tides, and currents to harness green energy. So with me is James Moiruli, who will present the first bit.
Hello, everybody. Hold on. Put the mic up so that the audio is out to the rest of the world. We are on YouTube live. Hello, everybody. Okay, about
energy by the use of kinetic energy to produce electrical power. There is the distribution part of it, where we are going to set up a power station along the coastal line as the ideal place for the production area of the electrical power, so that we can have a synergy of both the wind, tides, and the wave. The storage, where we are going to buy about the batteries to bring for the storage of the excess energy during the production of the electrical power. A glimpse of the future. A glimpse of the future, you bring about the advanced materials, whereby we are going to bring about the more durable poles and also distribution materials for the electrical power. There is the optimization design, where we are going to bring about the design of the electrical design, production design. There is the smart grid integration system, where we bring about the real-time monitoring of electrical production and also the consuming of electrical power. And there is the environmental consideration. With this is where we thought about how we can implement the use of green energy into the smart grid, bring about less carbon emission into the environment. The partnership. For the partnership part, we've thought about the engineering, the environmental team, the energy system team, project management, regulators, finance team, and community engagement. For the engineering team, they'll bring about the design of the electrical production of the designs of the wind turbines, the tides, and also where the perfect place for where we can bring about high production of electrical power, and also where there is high wave production of electrical power. Environmental, this is whereby we can bring about the use of the environmental team, where they provide a perfect place where it does not affect the electrical part, the
the fish breeding grounds of the fish. Also bring about providing a better synergy where you can find good wave production and also tides. Energy system team. The energy system team is whereby they are going to work hand in hand with the engineering team in the production of electricity in the power station, whereby they are going to produce, bring about a better production, storage, and distribution. The project management is the people who are going to manage and oversee the project. Regulators. The regulators are the people who are going to regulate the carbon emission and also the production of electrical power and also the rules and regulations and safety standards. Financing and funding team, they bring about the investment of the technology, the community engagement. The community has a high understanding of the environment, so they can work hand in hand with the engineering team and environmental and energy system in order to implement the production of energy. The collaborators. In this, for collaborators, we thought about bringing about KenGen, iTATU, and KPLC into the system because they work hand in hand, whereby KenGen will work hand in hand with, will bring about the production by looking for investors who are going to bring about for private investment in order to produce the electrical energy. For iTATU, will work hand in hand with KenGen after the production. Electrical power brought into the power station will on the high voltages will be transmitted all over to the KPLC's stations, the step up and step down stations. Then KPLC will produce to the end consumer about the electrical energy. The advantages of this this system is about, it will bring about, yes?
Okay.
You can wrap up.
We have the advantages. It is abundant and predictable. The ocean wind tides and currents, they are predictable, unlike the other sources of renewable energy like wind and solar that can be intermittent. Renewable and environmentally friendly. It is renewable simply because, it means it is replenished by the natural processes of the flow of wind, tides, and currents. And environmentally friendly, it emits less greenhouse gases to the environment. Energy security and independence. It can bring energy security, thus reducing Kenya's vulnerability to the geopolitical tensions and the fluctuation of the global energy market. Scalability and the long life span. Yeah, it is scalable and it can be used by generations to come. Yeah, it is a continuous power generation. The technology development, it will bring about the technology development and more advanced materials. The disadvantages, the only disadvantage we have is the high initial cost, but when we look at that with an eye of an investor, it should not be something to worry about. The packages, we have renewable energy, whereby it will provide energy to the local businesses, industries, and the residential consumers. Green technology solution, it will provide businesses and put Kenya in as a developing country, which is in the journey to mitigate the climate change. Offshore infrastructure, it will develop the marine contractors and the offshore infrastructures like energy developers, utilities, and the grid operators. And environmental monitoring and research, whereby government agencies, research institutions, and environmental NGOs will be involved. Tourism and recreation, it will bring about the tourism sector. It will develop the tourism sector and educational institution for research. The business model, we have the revenue streams where this project we can we can export the surplus energy to the neighboring countries, and also the local industries and residents. Cost structure, whereby the cost will be involved in the acquisition and the setting up of the platform or plant, market analysis, financial projection, risk management, business partnership. Like we can partner with the international organizations and the local government to support set up this platform. Scalability, scaling, and the growth. Yeah, it is. We can minimize the cost of the setting up of the plant while we maximize the profit. Next. The project impact, we have the renewable energy, whereby it has less carbon emission to the environment. Energy security, where it will, we shall have the energy security and help Kenya reduce on the reliance of important fossil fuels, economic growth, technological innovation, climate change mitigation, and community development. On the team members, we have James Muiroli from Taita Taveta, Jacqueline Kabaga is there from Asinda Moliro. We have I. Patrick Munya from Pan University, Charity Waweru, Masimbida is there, and then Peter Kimel from Kirinyaga University. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you'll take a few questions, and then we can release you. Just hang on here. We're starting from David.
Interesting, probably very futuristic. I think that what I want to ask is, has this solution been done anywhere at all? Is it radical, some radical innovation? Are you adopting it from somewhere? Is there someone who has done it, and how far have they gone? Is it feasible to even do an MVP about it, a minimum viable product, so that when you start engaging stakeholders, you have something to show? How is that? Just understanding the viability and a bit of feasibility of your innovation. Yeah.
Okay, on this.
Interesting presentation, thank you. So I also had a concern because from the way you're talking about like the benefits, the advantages, it's like something that you're so sure about. It's not like something that you're proposing, a solution that you're proposing. So maybe you can clarify that. And then I would have wanted to talk about the solution. How? The how of the solution. So like when you talk about that you'll be looking into optimization of the design, how are you proposing to do that? Thank
you. Thanks for the presentation. One, wind. I'll deal on wind. Wind. We are currently harnessing wind. So what is it we are adding value to the current process of wind power generating? Is it a smaller addition, an improvement, or that? Tidal energy, wave energy is done elsewhere. How different we want to do it in Kenya? More so, go back to what Manasa said. What's the problem we are solving? Is it no power? Is it shortage of power? Or that we need to just that. But, let's hear from you.
Thank you, judges. So you can take them one by one.
Okay, on the first question, if this project...
Hold on, Patrick. Okay. You want to ask first or you want to answer?
Very good presentation, but when you answer, just answer in terms of whether you can effectively implement the project. How much do you think is you need to put pull together. In terms of the capabilities you need pulling the solution.
Taking you back to the cost structure, right? What will it need, what investment is required for this? At a pilot phase, for example, before you start scaling.
Okay, on the first question, if this project has been done elsewhere, it has not been done elsewhere because ours, we are proposing an interconnected system, the energy part. Like, for example, we have the Mahajan Tidal Energy Project in Portugal, there, whereby they have the largest plant in the world for tidal energy. Yeah, the other one is in the I think Scotland. It is wave energy, and the largest offshore wind energy is in Onsea in New York, USA, whereby they have set up the offshore wind energy and they produce, so they harness the 6 gigawatts, yeah, from the ocean, yeah.
Okay, about the optimization design. For this, we think we are bringing together the wind, the tide and wave energy. We are going to combine it, hence increasing the production of electricity to solve, there is shortage, I think there is a bit of shortage of electrical energy compared to the demand supply. Also, for the optimization of the design, we also bring about the high production of electrical power, bringing about also the resale of excess electrical power to our neighboring countries. And for the design, we think it will be for the design also we are going to bring about the blockchain technology, whereby we are going to have a real-time monitoring of electrical power from the production to the consumer, where the level, the amount of electrical power being produced at the power station can be monitored and compared to the consumption of the electrical power by its own consumers.
Last question. And a last question. Covered everything? Cost issue. You know, there's a cost issue we're trying to address here. Are we implementing in phases? What is the first phase going to cost, for example? KPLC wants to integrate WWT. Okay? How is that going to work? Have you considered that? If you have not considered it, it's okay to understand, because it requires a bit of analysis. Maybe Dr. Karime will be able to say something about that. Okay. Thank you. Let's appreciate them. And now I would like to call upon Dr. Kirimi to make a few remarks concerning the two presentations. Dr. Kirimi. Thank you.
Good morning once again. Good morning. Yeah. So I didn't follow much, but I tried to make a few comments on these two presentations. First and foremost, thank you very much for congratulations for the presenters. They were nice lines, and the points were well articulated. For the first presentation, my comment is my very basic comment would be to have a benchmark with KPLC on what KPLC is doing in terms of smart metering. because we have a lot of information in the system. You know, it's an old company where the meters have evolved for a long time, and we have a lot of platforms. So we have digital meters, we have analog meters, and we have smart meters for our customers. And all these customers are managed through a platform, which are well mature. You know, these are mature technologies. So my comment to the presenter is to perhaps just have a benchmark on what we are doing and try to have a comparative study, so that when you're coming with a new, novel idea, there's something you can compare. Yeah. For the second presentation about the Taindo, these are, okay, I would say that I would talk about the costs, why we have not implemented some of these technologies, because we need, so the issue of cost, and we have also, we have other technologies that are cheaper, maybe even solar, wind, so we need to check more why you want to go this, and why other countries are not really going to this particular area. So I won't comment much, maybe let me listen more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kirimi, and yes, this is a better mic. You can hear me from the other side, right? Okay, so before we go into the next group, we are confirming. Yes, we are going to do telephone farming. Telephone farmers, are you in the room? Telephone farmers. 1, 2. Team 1, you can move in front. Do you have team 2? Okay. So team 1 will go first, telephone farmers. So I think we should all be wowed at this point. Telephone farming, mobile farming, in your hands. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, team 1, telephone farmer group.
Yeah, good morning. Okay, my name is Florian Milimo, and she's Benta Wairimu. So we are going to present on unlocking telephone farming, and our solution is a farm tech app. And imagine everyone or all over the world, they say agriculture is among the backbone of our living. So imagine making agriculture as a lifestyle. Everyone valuing agriculture as one of the activities they do day in, day out, without any struggle. Imagine making agriculture as providing the services in agriculture as a school. So our farm tech app acts as a school to provide the knowledge, the services, the training, and also the guide in providing agricultural services. Yeah, okay. On our side, the target group 1 are the retirees, those who've already retired, maybe from the jobs, and they feel like practicing agriculture. So at least they can acquire some knowledge. Imagine someone has already retired from a military, or maybe a teacher in history, or maybe even a lecturer in Kiswahili. So you'll find out that these are the people that maybe they have knowledge in other fields, and maybe they feel like they want to practice agriculture. Another target group are the young generation, those who are willing to practice a high risk, high rewarding, maybe agricultural practice, and maybe they don't have the knowledge. Maybe, for example, someone like me, I'm studying maybe civil engineering. Maybe I don't have any knowledge in agronomy. Should I go to class and start maybe attending classes on agronomy before me practicing agriculture? No. If we have this farm tech, it can provide all the knowledge that we can acquire in agriculture, and maybe have a free, maybe be able to practice agriculture. Another group is the busy working class members. Maybe you are working in a hotel, you are working in a factory, and you want to practice farming. Will you go maybe to class and start studying farming again? No. But by this farm tech, you can get the services, the training, and also the knowledge you may need in practicing agriculture. Then there is the people from diaspora. Maybe you are far away from home. Maybe you went maybe to another country. You are in the USA, but you have that ancestral land. You want to practice farming and don't have any knowledge. Will you go to class and study? Will you ask someone? No. With this farm tech, you will provide all the knowledge you need in agriculture so that you can practice agriculture with profit. Yeah, okay. The farm tech our app will have some sections. That's the user interface, whereby maybe someone will be interacting with the app. We'll have the registration so that maybe you can notify who you are. Maybe you are an expert in agriculture, you'll be providing the knowledge. You are the partners. Maybe, for example, the Latter Resource Center. You want to provide the services, you want to provide the training, you want to provide the advice, maybe a farmer from Nakuru. What best can he plant? What best can he maybe grow on his farm maybe for high yields? Another is the service request. This is where maybe a farmer will be maybe inquiring, what are the services? What are the questions you want to ask? It will have some real-time tracking. Maybe if you want to get the exact knowledge on that farm, maybe the climate, maybe the weather pattern, you can get the real-time. There's that section of feedbacks. Here is the section, the farmer or the one interested in farming will be getting the insights, the feedbacks on what he or she will have maybe asked. We have the customer support. And also, yeah, this is the place maybe you want to call. Maybe you are not interested in texting. Maybe you want to have a one-on-one call. This is the section maybe someone will be interacting with the app, will be interacting with the experts and the ones that will be providing the resources.
So who will be the users of this platform? One of them will be the farmer, and the farmer will be requesting services, and maybe if they order something from the app, they will track their orders. The consultancy services also, they will have a chance to communicate with service providers and manage their platform. The second one is the consumer. For example, the individuals who will be purchasing the equipment from the manufacturers or suppliers, considering that this app will be a sort of an Uber app or Bolt app that will be delivering services that will be you will be ordering your services, and then they can match you to your nearing aggregate or a service provider or consultants provider, and then you can have access to them, you can talk to them, and you can receive your orders. The third one will be the investors. Examples of these investors will be maybe the venture capitalists and also the agri-farms who will be providing services. For example, the expertise who have knowledge about farming, they can have a chance to participate in the strategic decision management process and also provide funding as needed. The other user will be the partners. The partners in this case are the agricultural suppliers. The next one will be how the benefit that the company will be getting, all the platform that will be implementing this idea will get. One of them is the revenue generation. When a user get the app, there will be the transaction fees, the subscription models, and also the commission on sale. These are ways in which you can gain some revenue from it. The second one will be data monetization. You'll be analyzing data, and in this way you can offer some advice to other institutions or research centers. And the other one will be a successful agricultural focused platform. Here you can be able to even create more partnership, and and the next one is strategic partnerships, where the platform will grow in a timeline which can go for 1.5 years. And so our cost, considering the cost for developers and everyone, it can be approximately 2.5 to 3 million for the creation of the app. And we also have a demo. You can look at it at Agritech on Render.
Thank you very much. I thought the Nairobians in this room would be excited. Very excited, right? Yeah. A part of it I've not mentioned, which is coming to mind if you are living in Nairobi. Your 3/4 acre farm, your 1/4 acre, your 1/8. We're talking about consolidation of agriculture. And then production can just multiply 1,000 times. Dennis, you have a question?
Yes. Thank you so much for that. My mom is a retiree, so she was in Nairobi all her life. So when she went to, when she retired, she used to call me a lot. Google for me this, Google for me that, check out this, go to this. So that's I want to commend you for just thinking about those people. It's not about retiring, it's refiring. Refiring, you're changing careers, and that's a big thing. Just wanted to ask, do you have extension officers on your platform?
Yes, we do. Offering partnership with people like those who are the expertise who have studied in different agricultural parts. You can request for services, and then you can be matched to the best expertise who is offering the services. And if need be, they can come to the ground and give you some advice, and then you can be able to conquer the problem that you are facing.
Especially for the ones in their diaspora, if they want to farm their farm, how do you make sure? Because there's these stories where you send money, people in diaspora send money to build a house, then they find a hut, they find empty. So how do you make sure that is how do you ensure that issue is not going to replicate itself in your innovation?
Okay.
Maybe before you answer that, because if you answer one by one, go in. Yeah? So just pick that question. Next, last.
Saseni vijana. So, what is the difference between your platform and Agra? Because everything you have explained, I get them from Agra. I started doing farming 2020 when I was in second year, and I can attest that it is a good venture. Number one. Number two is instead of you searching out people for developers and stuff, do you understand Kansas City and what it does? It will be the next hub for technology in Africa, the next Silicon Valley. And they also have opportunities. Have you talk to them? You see if they can give you their software engineers and developers, and you work with them, the young people like you, and you build the app for free, and you'll be saving the 3 million. The final thing is I'm a champion for SDGs. I haven't seen you guys talking about the sustainability part of how you're helping farmers. I was expecting you to talk about regenerative agriculture because, Kenya and World Bank has a partnership that was launched 2 weeks ago, 15 million about regenerative agriculture. So how are you going to go about that? And finally, how are you going to help people without smartphones to get the information? Thank you.
Awesome. We have one last question.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. Mine is about the services that your app will be offering to the farmers. So if I'm this medium-scale farmer, I'm too busy, I don't have maybe a lot of time to be in the farm and all that. So have you thought about maybe having features such that the farmer can be able to monitor what is going on in the farm? And again, other things maybe like accessibility to market, such that the farmer can be able to see where they can sell their produce or where they can source for these and all that. So by monitoring, we could even think about as they monitor, maybe even pests and disease and things like that. Maybe you can just think that as a way of improving your app.
Thank you very much. We talked about IoT during those days, right? Not in a bad way. I know you'll ask the question. No, this is exciting. I think that's why most of us want to ask questions around it, because we are interested. So please answer those first questions. If you have a minute, because you didn't even consume all your time, we'll give her the.
To start with, our project, for you to be our partner, there is terms and regulation you have to comply with. So we cannot certify you to be our partners if you have not gone through that system of verification. And then for the people in diaspora, for example, if you have a land in Kenya and you are in US and you want to do farming, you can search for an expertise in the app, and then the expertise can give you guidelines on how to go about it, and then he can be able to provide the workers for the farm. And then after all that, you can be able to track the progress through this real-time tracker. He will be updating you on how the progress is going. If it is the cultivation is happening, if it is the maybe pruning or anything, those steps that will be going on. And after that, you can just it is just a way to make you feel secure on investing in the farm, rather than leaving your family who will not give you a full trust and might go around you and maybe go with your harvest. But at the end of it all, the harvests are yours and 100% profit is yours.
Yeah, okay. There's another question you asked. There's okay, on our application there is a user and platform interactions, and there is the farmers, the consumers, investors, and partners. So you just asked about how this app will assist the farmers. One, it will help to guide on what maybe, for example, we are all on this platform. We are all on the farm tech app. I'm the farmer. Maybe I've just said I'm planting cabbages. You are the consumer. You are there to browse for the product, build some orders so that we can discuss. And another advantage is it will minimize farm produce wastage through rotting. Yeah, this mobile app will assist. Maybe if I'm planting cabbages and they're due in 3 months, so maybe I can liaise with the consumers on the mobile app to place the orders, and also maybe be sure and also track the delivery, so that maybe to monitor the financial transfers. Yeah, another thing, you just asked about how we'll gap the finance in maybe developing, maybe during to reduce the 2 million. First and foremost, I would like to thank iTATU, because through iTATU there is that interaction and there is that team building we just made yesterday, even today while the first team was presenting. We just realized that there are some developers in our iTATU, and through that interaction, at least we can use that cost, because our friends, maybe they can help us in developing. And also the concert, thanks for that info.
Okay, to add on the monitoring part, let me say the part which we are including those who don't have smartphones. We are using, there is this SMS, and with if this idea is incorporated and is used widely, it can open doors for opportunities in rural areas. Remembering that this time electricity has been able to be installed in rural areas, and Wi-Fi is also being installed in rural areas. So having a smartphone will be easier because you have everything that is needed. And hope we have answered all the questions.
last one.
Also, to add on, we have been working with a group of developers. They are students from Meru University. I'm a lead in innovation in my school, so I have been bringing together developers who have been maybe working with the Google developers, MS developers, software developers. So we have been working on this, only that right now we cannot be able to run the demo that we have because of technical issues. But yeah, we have tried to incorporate students in the development.
Thank you, Team One. Thank you so much. It's not a hard question, but they'll answer it in 10 seconds.
One of the benefits that I think I was hoping to see here is because of data collection, that you can be able to improve the value chains. So then you can be able to have what you would be improving within the value chains, because if you're working with farmers, that can be presented very easily. But speaking of data and data monetization, that we can no longer speak about data collection or any manipulation of data analysis or anything without the Data Protection Act compliance. Do you know about it, and have you thought about it? Because if you're working with farmers and they're within rural, they will need to consent to give their data that then you will be using and then monetize. So that's a thing to think about.
It's a thing to think about.
Thank you.
Please just say one word on it. We know about Data Protection Act. Yes. We'll incorporate that in our design. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Team 2, please. And I keep saying we want to manage and keep time, but life is like that. It is what it is. Please. Let's get them started.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is Team 2, telephone farming. We were a group of 5 students. Yeah. Under telephone farming, we realized there are several challenges that farmers experience, more so those who are in the urban sectors, those who are working in offices, and therefore we came up with a solution to solve their intrinsic challenges that they experience by coming up with an app, and the prototype of the app is what I'm going to use to explain everything that we are going to work on. That is the prototype of the app. We experienced that most farmers lack networks. They also have financial issues. We have access to farm inputs and service provision, markets. Then we have knowledge transfer under education. Under networks, we are going to have both farmers, the livestock producers and the crop producers. We are going to have a social page and where we can put updates on both parts, the livestock producers and the crop producers. The social page will only have the producers interacting amongst themselves and maybe can have information on the trends, what is going on around, and maybe other issues that come up within the rural areas. The updates will include updates from maybe agricultural extensions officers. We have research institutes. Then financial support shall be provided by the government support. We have the national government, county government, civil society organizations, NGOs, CBOs, FBOs, financial institutions like banks. We can also partner with them. We have the farm inputs. Remember, when we are signing up in the system, we will have some details that shall be required when it comes to location, And the location will direct us on how we can modify, how farmers can access farm inputs, even the services that are being provided. The location you will put there shall direct the system to where to refer you when you need these inputs or even the services for successful farming activities. Let's say, for an example, someone wants to do irrigation. You will just get into the app. You inform on what are the kind of things you need. Just tap the app, it will direct you. If you are from maybe central region, it will direct you to the nearby service providers. Markets, we will have the producers. We will have a platform where producers can upload the photos of their produce, indicating the location and prices and many other details that are necessary when it comes to this. We have consumers. We'll have a platform where they can order products and also upload the products they need, where we have the market demand. We have education system. These will be applied to both livestock producers and crop producers through agricultural extension workers. We have trainings that will be done, maybe on specific dates or within each and every month. Then after the trainings, the videos that have been recorded can be uploaded to the tutorial so that those who do not have time at that time, they can access the trainings at their own time, at their leisure time or wherever at the time they are free. Yeah. So these are the partners and the collaborators we are going to work with: the Natural Resource Company, Government of Kenya, agricultural extension officers, agricultural research institutes, and meteorologists. And their key responsibilities, as I have just mentioned before. The benefits, challenges, and challenges maybe when it comes to operating the app, and maybe possible solutions we can use to address such challenges shall be discussed by Victor. Well, let me mention something. The iteration of the app, we can have review and updates on the app based on the other technological advancements that are coming up, policy changes, and any other suggestion that may be suggested by our users. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Good morning.
So on the benefits, so on the benefits, among the benefits that will be noted is the increased productivity, whereby crop production will expand.
Speak to the mic.
Sorry. So I was on the increased productivity, whereby the farmers or the country at large will realize a huge amount of agricultural produce that will be produced through this telephone app which will be developed. Also, there will be an increase in the market integration, where there will be better market access, price negotiation, and a broader opportunities for agricultural trade. So where a farmer will go to this app, and there's a section for market integration. He or she can negotiate with a consumer, and they will come at terms with the buyer. Also, there will be knowledge transfer through the partnership with the agricultural extension officers and the meteorologists. The farmer will be able to know about the weather forecast so that they can know when and the appropriate time to do the cultivation, and also appropriate time of pest infestation control.
It's moving too fast. We need to look at the challenges and also looking at the challenge of time. You look at the channel of time, so you wrap it up.
Okay, so one among the other benefit is the financial inclusion. So it will include a section for where a farmer can have access to credit, some can access some loans from the government, the national government, the county government, the banks, and various circles. So the challenges, there's a challenge on connectivity where there is low okay. There's poor network, so some areas may have a poor network. So this app will be developed in such a way that it's able to work in areas which can accommodate a network of 2G, not supposed to be a 4G. Also on the challenges, it's about the literacy levels. It will be made in a way that a farmer is able to access it. He or she does not need a large level of literacy so that she can access the app. Then, I think I'm done.
Inspector is done. Thank you very much, team. We'll try to pick a few questions, very quick ones. Mike?
That bit around ideation and empathy mapping, speaking with potential users of such a solution. Most of us, even sitting over here, we consider ourselves to be telephone farmers. And we actually invested in our farms, and we invest. But what we don't get to see is what is actually happening in the farms themselves. So that we are telephone farmers because we keep calling, and someone, as our colleague here was saying, you're given other stories, but you can't see the farm. So I don't know how much, when you're building your solution, you're actually able to integrate, I don't know, a video surveillance system or something. I don't see it, but it could be useful for most of the telephone farmers, right? So maybe you can speak to that, or you're thinking about it or something like that. Then I just wanted to understand as well around the Latia Resource Company and yourself as a group of students who are building this platform. What relationship have you put there among the two of you as one side group of students? I don't even know whether you formalize your group or not. And then the other side on the company. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. One of the things is how do you accessibility to this? Is it an app? And if it is, or is it USSD? How are you looking at accessing? I'm also keen to hear of your costings. Yeah. And at the end of the day, how are you going to make money out of this? It would be nice, because at the end of it, it's business. So what's your business model like?
Okay, one last question. Florence? Okay, good. All right, just answer those two.
All right. Maybe on the business model, we were tackling the challenges that might be faced during the implementation. We were looking at the long-term sustainability of the app, which we saw that one might be a challenge. But for us to achieve this, the registration fee should be provided by the farmers who shall be registered, and the certification shall be provided by the LRC. We also considered that in this way, we can also have the partners supporting and philanthropic organizations and individuals. Yeah.
How do you cost this? Do you have a figure in mind?
We actually haven't done that. Yeah.
Okay, on the part of whereby you keep on making calls but you don't see what's happening in the field. So this app will have a section whereby there is something like that for WhatsApp, where you can make a video call so that you will be able to see what's happening in the real time at that exact time of what's happening in the field. Something like Zoom.
You'll be WhatsApping.
That's
so who will check the video?
No.
That's
okay.
it.
There'll be a section whereby you can. Okay, there's a section whereby it will allow live coverage through there's a partnership with the new technologies that have been formed, satellites. You will be able to see the area.
Okay, before you go to the air, use drones, eh?
Let me assist him.
Yes.
Yeah, we can do the upgrade of the app so that we can use remote sensing technologies to have pictures and videos of the farm.
Correct.
And its progress.
Very good, very good. Appreciate that. You love it. Yes, because we are going from remote sensing, now we're using drones, which you can actually send to your farm from your house. Your monitor, right? Good. Thank you, Team 2. I mean, it's exciting, but I think the excitement is inside. People want to give it out. You bring it out, right? Okay? We will help you. We will demo the app in the next session, not today. Thank you so much, team. Have I cut off questions? We never ask questions from the audience at this point, but we can have an interaction with their colleagues as they come down, right? As we go for tea now, for the next 10 minutes only.
LRC.
No?
LRC.
LRC. Oops.
LRC
They're in the house.
Yes.
Come. Yes, please. I was going to forget you.
Thank you. I hope it's still good morning.
It is.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Anne Masharia. Maybe I make a few comments about what I've observed. First and foremost, thank you to the two presenting teams. That is really, we need to appreciate that they are thinking what the farmers need. Maybe my first comment on group 1. I liked the definition of a telephone farmer, because even to us, that's who is a telephone farmer. He could be a farmer who is in business or a retiree who is abroad. But also we have these telephone farmers who are looking at value addition. I didn't see any aspect where the app captured the issue of value addition, because there's a farmer who basically want to look at specifically how do I add value to what is being produced. And we can all agree that in Kenya there's a lot of production that is taking place, but at the same time we have a lot of post-harvest losses. And that is an aspect I would really wish to have a look at it. Then the other bit is that we have farmers, but as a farmer, I'm not the one who's going to do the actual activities in the farm. So I need a farm operator. Probably we also need to look like, how do we get the right skills for these farmers? Because even if I'm a retiree, I'm not able to do the actual activities in the farm, but I need someone to do it. I understand you mentioned offering services, people who can offer those services to the farmers. But if I'm not in the farm, how will I be sure that the person who is doing the farm or doing the activities in the farm is doing the right way? Maybe I understand you have mentioned about the issue of drones. I really appreciate that, because it's technology and it's really working out. But also, if I'm in Nairobi and probably I have tomatoes in my greenhouse, and there are procedures that take place during the production system, how will I know that today my tomatoes are supposed to be top dressed? How will I know that my farm operator in that greenhouse actually did the top dressing? And I think those are my few remarks, but thank you so much. I think you have a positive impact that you're making to the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen. That was great. Wonderful. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is just the beginning. I know we have a lot to speak about in the coming sessions. We're going to take a short break, but not outside. Grab your tea, come back so that the next group can present in exactly 10 minutes. Okay? 10 minutes. Grab a cup of tea, coffee, and we'll return here and continue with the presentation. Just come in with your tea. We'll be happy to host you with the tea here.
Jana bebe niliacha vitu zangu kwa Java. Nikaenda nikajiuliza, lakini nilikuwa na handbag yenye nayo hairudi gari yangu. That's why. I went back and I found it, but I didn't go like sorry. And I keep on telling people, you're stressing me being a girl. I'm so used to being a boy. You know, it's either my sisters or my mom to buy me a handbag. I've never budgeted. Yes. Now for me, I have the burden of having very good bags. And someone asks me, what is this that you always carry? And I think you should be right.
and I've been working on the hydrogen home system. So this is simply harnessing solar power and wind power to produce green hydrogen at home. Yep.
Point to that. Put the screen on the Yeah.
So as I've said, Mark, I have been working with Alberto Cook from University of Alcalá in Spain, and I'm Mark Muteo from Meru University of Science and Technology. The next one, please. So this is a table of coordinates, how the system works, look into the future, the teamwork, packages and business model, and also the project impact. So how it works, we harness wind power and solar power and channel it into electrolysis. Then from the electrolysis stage, we get to the, which will produce the green hydrogen, and the hydrogen will be stored in tanks and used for mobility, heating, and electricity. And this is at home, not. Yeah, this is it. The system simply works at home. It's like democratization of hydrogen production. So I look into the future. You can take a look where every house has a solar panel and wind panels. Not wind panels, but solar panels and wind turbines, where electricity from the electrolysis, electricity being used for electricity and charging the battery. Electricity is used for the electrolysis and charging of batteries which store power for future use. The electrolysis chamber will utilize recycled water. Will utilize the recycled water to produce hydrogen gas. So this goes to places where water is scarce and there's no need of using clean water to produce the hydrogen where there is another water, let's say from sewage, so it can be recycled to remove some dirt, which can make it usable to the electrolysis stage. So from electrolysis, the gas is purified and compressed into tanks using electric compressors. So here we are using solar power and wind turbine power to do all this. We are like producing hydrogen from renewable energy. Teamwork, we have local authorities who regulate the construction and maintenance of the whole system. We have engineers and technicians from the environmental sector, and this will be designing and implementing the system. Then solar and wind experts are involved in the maintenance and installation of the solar panels and wind turbines. Yeah. Now, the system will have packages because everyone will be having different financial ability. So we divided the system into 3 plans. There is one bronze, silver, and gold. So bronze is a basic plan, and it has the lowest price and will produce from 10 kilograms of hydrogen. It will produce up to 10 kilograms of hydrogen in 24 hours. Then the medium plan is 10 kilograms to 50 kilograms in 24 hours. Then the golden, and which is the most expensive, will produce 50 kilograms and above in 24 hours. Now the business model. From the United Nations Climate Change, which was held in December 2023. The summit, whatever it discussed, is used by the companies who harness and invest in hydrogen production. So this We have distributors and marketing. This is an example of the companies who have taken the initiative to invest in hydrogen production and to invest in the home systems. The home systems will provide money through there's package sales, there's maintenance contracts, monthly premiums. So one can buy the package with a fixed price. It will depend on with your financial ability. So we can get it through installments. You can own it, or you can just have it and be paying monthly. But you will be paying, like, it's not installments, but you own it and you will be paying just every day while you get the hydrogen, but you pay to the company a certain amount. Impact, this is zero emissions. As we are now, we are trying to mitigate the global warming, and the way to do that is through zero emissions. Energy versatility and diversification. So hydrogen will be adaptable, the adaptable form of fuel for cars and for every other activity. Then we have efficient storage, economic development and independence. So one can own the system and be using it to sell the hydrogen produced. Then from the company, we can have the company gaining money from selling the systems. Technological and economic challenges. This one ensures that the system will align with the technology. And then with the system, we are not just driving, but we are leading the way to a cleaner future. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we need to correct something. This is 5A1. Okay, on the presentation decks they have here, it is 5A2. Yes, 5A1. So whoever you have scored now, it's 5A1, not 2. All right, so we're going to take a few questions. Where is that over there? As we think about the questions, a few questions only, we are going to, maybe just a quick one. You talked about harnessing for home use, domesticating hydrogen, yep. Not democratizing. Okay, democratizing and domesticating both, yeah? And so you look at the safety of that. Okay? What is the safety angle? What are we looking at in terms of safety of this production process at home? Maybe as you answer that, then they can also pick up your question. One.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
It's a unique innovation. What I wanted to ask is, I just wanted clarity on, you say it's from the home, and then you sell the hydrogen to somebody.
All right.
And then you get money. So I wanted to know, what is this interplay whereby, is it that I'm using the hydrogen for my own home mobility or my own home use, or I'm selling it to somebody where I'm getting the bronze, silver, and gold? Please clarify on that so that we can be able to understand exactly who is the consumer, who is the producer, that interplay. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, another question? Once the mic reaches this end, we close the questions.
Hello, that's interesting. So my question is that I want to hear more about this solution.
Okay.
So what will be the technological requirements, for example? What about the cost of all these sustainability issues? Has these, what are the existing solutions, similar solutions? Okay. So how have they worked? So then how do we know that these will work? What issues of scalability?
Okay.
So can these, how are you going to make it scalable? Yes, and also the other issue about those plans and home production. So then, and even how do we expect to be able to use it at home? So are we producing it for consumption at home or what?
Okay.
Okay, Mark, there are many questions. One more?
Just to top up on that, and what are the foreseeable risks for this solution and some of the mitigation measures?
Okay.
Good. Summarize those questions. It's going to be easy or nice, eh? So, Mark, as you answer those questions, also bear in mind that we're talking about the infrastructure element. Okay? You've talked about solar panels, easy to imagine, wind turbines at home. Okay, so what size of wind turbines do we have? And then bringing the power out of the storage tank. Is it into the cooker? Does it go into the car? Does it go into the radios and the TVs and all that? So I think that we're looking at that integration, right? Great.
Okay. So on safety, the system will be set up a few meters or several meters from the house, where any danger will not spread to the other parts of the house or homestead, and maybe cause danger. Still, we are using safe materials, and also in the installation, we are putting into consideration all the safety issues to make sure that there are no short circuits, where the sparkling can cause fires when they mix with hydrogen leakages. The use of metallic pipes, and which will make sure that no leakages. Also, the use of sensors which can sense presence of a leakage and send an alarm to the owner for further maintenance. On the payments, the company produces and makes the system, and then it sells or leases it to those who have the car. If you have a car using the hydrogen, you can purchase the system from the company. You can purchase it, or the company can offer it to you, and you'll be paying installments. On the requirements, we will have solar panels, wind turbines, the electrolyzer. We have the compressors, storage tanks, and also an infrastructure for ensuring security, or for ensuring that no intruders will interfere with the system. With the risks, the main risk there is explosions. And explosions can be caused by the sparks from the electricity. And the risks are mitigated using the technology of sensing the leakages. So while the sensor will sense a leakage, it can turn the system off immediately and make sure that there is no current or electricity which will flow and interfere with the system holding the hydrogen gas. Not the flow, we just have electricity from the solar panels, which will be channeled to the electrolyzer and batteries. Then from there, the electrolyzer will produce hydrogen, and then the hydrogen gas will be channeled to the tanks, being compressed and purified. Then from there, from the tanks, you can use it to fuel your car. Take an example where you wake up and your car has got no gas, and the nearest station which you can refuel your car is just far. So you will charge your phone, not your phone, you will charge your car immediately, and the recharging you'll be using the hydrogen. So more probably the hydrogen will be used by the cars, and also because you have the system at home, you can use the hydrogen for cooking and other practices like heating, but mainly we are using the hydrogen to drive our cars. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Answered everything.
Answered right? Okay, maybe not to your satisfaction. I know you want to be satisfied with the answers, but we are getting there. You have another comment? John?
I don't know much about hydrogen.
Okay.
But I want to assist her, maybe you assist her to understand. So every household will have solar panel.
All right.
And every household will have an electrolysis machine?
Yep. Not everyone, but anyone who has a car.
No. Now we are saying at the source, because we want to see in terms of, I'm just looking at I know hydrogen is safer, but looking at the collection, how we are collecting and putting it to the electrolysis or charging wherever, then it goes to heating water, and from there is where you can now compress the hydrogen. Is it so?
Yep.
How is that thought put?
Pardon?
How is that process? If even now, is it in Kenya, for example, where solar panels alone, us getting solar panels for our own consumption is a problem? I know the end product is good.
Okay.
And it's very good. So you can just say very good things about, but now it's the process from start to the end.
Actualizing it, right?
I'm looking at the viability, issues with feasibility, and if it's making economic sense.
I think the other question is really around the cost of installing a unit.
And
for
desirability.
production. Yes.
And then it makes even worse when you're saying windmills. We have windmills that are making electricity.
Okay.
But I know the point is to have mobility of some energy for mobility. But even the windmills that we have already, we have issues in getting the electricity that we require. Thank you.
Thank you. It's not pouring cold water. He's saying the idea is very, very good. But when you talk about feasibility, we are talking about the technological processes involved, right?
Yeah.
Establishing that infrastructure from the ground, and you're talking about household level, right?
Yeah.
That becomes a challenge that can only be addressed maybe by some micro or nanotechnology, if that's going to be applied. But maybe you have a thought. You have a thought around that?
So what I can say, for now, hydrogen production is done at the national level. So like how the electricity is produced. So you find that the companies are owned by the national government. But now we cannot depend on the national grid to get the electricity. That's why many people prefer to use solar panels at their homes. So now, instead of depending on transporting hydrogen from the grid owned by the national government to the refueling stations, now we set up the system where we have the station, where the refueling station, and also at home. Yeah, we apply that technology in the refueling stations and also at our homes to make sure, like, I'm trying to solve the problem of availability and affordability of the hydrogen.
Yeah, this is generating more questions than answers, but the mic is there. We'll just give you 2 more minutes, right?
My perspective
Or one.
on the green hydrogen is I will prefer if you can integrate your technology with the government, because after Africa Climate Summit, which was September, there are over 100 million euros which are contributed, and my boss is the one who, we have 11 counties which are planting cassava as we speak to extract green hydrogen from it. So due to the high cost, if you do it separate, can you find a way that you work to complement the 11 counties of the project the government is starting over? Because I know the cassava are on chambers, they're yet to get out. And then the first hydrolysis process, because even some techie guys from Nigerians have come who are doing the whole process. Can you find a way to integrate with them? And then you see if there's a missing link, you add to it, and it will be easier to see whether your theory is workable or not. Otherwise, I like your idea because it is the first idea in this room that has fulfilled 4 SDGs in a row. SDG number 7, number 8, number 9, and number 13. And it is also one idea which is aligning with the 5 agendas of the president. So your agenda is very important.
to Kenya. Thank you.
She answered your question, so don't worry about that. There's a good comment to make. One more.
That's very encouraging. For me, it's just generally, do you have other team members? And,
in Spain.
And where are they? They're only two? Okay.
There are only two people.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Good job.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Team 2.
Thank you.
Please. Team 2 was also 1. 5B. It's called 5B1. 5A2. 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 Okay. This coding is becoming a bit complex. 5B1, this is 5A2, right? This is 5A2 now. Yeah. We started with 5A1. Now we're with 5A2. Try to keep it on. Is it working? That's not yours. Aisha. Okay, 5A2 is still looking for this presentation. It's somewhere in the mailboxes. Maybe somebody can give them a leakage by asking another question, which is not a question, maybe making a comment around Mark's solution. Anybody with a comment on Mark's solution? Home, hydrogen, or hydrogen home? Mr. Kabila. This is not part of your session. You will talk after this.
So actually, that solution is very interesting. And if I think about the entrepreneurial nature that we tend to have here, I could almost imagine maybe even removing it from home, but allowing a small kind of business. If you think, as you drive around Nairobi, you always find these small kiosks with one car pump selling fuel. Imagine an entrepreneurial scenario where that is now, they're able to set something up and sell hydrogen. So interesting, keep developing. Obviously, cost is the thing to always keep in mind.
So he's talking about a hydrogen kiosk. Make sense? Yeah, under the community, a hydrogen kiosk. So that people can come together, put in the resources, and create a small infrastructure for developing that. You know, creating small pumps, tanks. Okay, awesome. It can't be that our student friends cannot make a comment. We are waiting for the other side. Anybody? But don't give your presentation. I'm going to give the telephone farmers because they're the ones who spoke first. How does this link to your solution? Telephone farmers. Huh? Do you think it fits? Think about mobility, hydrogen, green hydrogen, and telephone farming. Make a quick comment. Look for partners. Nani hapa umeongea? Bado. Mark. We can give you the floor again. No. No? No integration? Guys, think about the integration models. Huh? How do you make business? Telephone farmers, hydrogen at home. It's a beginning. Guys, don't have a backup. Did you carry a backup? Iko wapi? Ungetuletea hapa. It's on the phone. Ooh. Why did you send it quickly? Umepata? You found it? Okay, there we go.
Hello, my name is Clarence Mwangi. My fellow member is iTATU. Our group project is revolutionizing mobility, shifting from oil to hydrogen. So green mobility is the means of locomotion that has minimal or no negative impacts on the environment, in which today we are going to present a solution to the challenge of fossil fuel emission. Some of the challenges that we face while using fossil fuel emission is environmental degradation and the need for sustainable transport solutions. These are some of the problems which we encounter in our areas, in the urban centers. So these are some of the solutions which we have. The fueling infrastructure, vehicle integration and policy advocacy, and hydrogen production.
Thank you. So basically, that is our challenge was all about exploiting hydrogen and coming up with the ways on how we can leverage it in our daily, in our mobility. So among the solutions, we have hydrogen production. So by leveraging renewable energy sources like solar and wind, partnering with industry leaders like Kengen, we can integrate with hydrogen plants through electrolysis. We can realize that we have realized that geothermal plants have resources for production of green hydrogen, and that is water and electricity. In fueling infrastructure, we can establish robust network of hydrogen refueling stations across Kenya. Public-private partnership will help accelerate deployment and convenience for consumers. For vehicle integration, by collaborating with local consumers, vehicle manufacturers like Mobius and fleet operators, and integrating hydrogen fuel cells technology into various vehicle types for sustainability and efficient mobility, we can make this happen. Another solution is policy advocacy. By engaging with policy makers to develop supportive policies, incentives and regulation, we can make it happen. Also, by shaping a conducive environment for hydrogen technology adoption and market growth, we can also make it happen. So, among the solutions that we came up with, maybe we also had a question, what can we do with the existing vehicles that are using gasoline? Here we had an idea of retrofitting. We can seamlessly integrate a hydrogen fuel cells system into existing vehicles platform. Here, we can enable easy adoption and scalability for consumers and businesses. For the business model, a strategic alliance with energy companies, government agencies, and technology providers, we can offer a customer-centric model. We can get diverse revenue streams from the partnership, supportive policies, and hydrogen and vehicle sales. For the market opportunity, there is a growing demand for clean transportation solution across Africa and globally. The impact, these solutions benefit individuals with cleaner and more efficient transportation options. It also contributes to environmental preservation and local economic development. In conclusion, we thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Question?
Thank you very much. We'll take quick questions from the judges. It's on.
Hello. I think an interesting proposal, what you've shared. Really, I can't say that this is my area of expertise, right? But what I just wanted to ask is, you speak about retrofitting hydrogen for vehicles and stuff. So I wanted to know from your team, who has that technical competences to be able to do that?
From our team, we are just coming up with ways on how we can leverage hydrogen. So this was among the proposals that, so maybe we know for very sure that engineering team that maybe that we can create maybe if we are going to adopt this technology. They can come up with a way and they have the expertise to make it happen.
Who is in the engineering team? A partner?
Okay, yeah, Mobius Motors is already existing, and we know for sure that they have the engineering team.
Okay. Quick answer to that. I know we're going to be technical, so let's not be too silent. You see the mic is going back and forth.
Thanks, MC. Let's build from the policy angle. We have the hydrogen strategy for Kenya, which was adopted sometimes back in the year 2023, which is basically looking at how can we produce hydrogen to power a number of areas. One is for the industrial side. Second is for agriculture, that is fertilizers, all that. From the side of policy, we have a semblance of different strategies, policies which can guide this space. What we need now to bring on board is the resources, the financial, the technical part of it, so that even as we develop various innovations on the hydrogen space, some can be for mobility, others can be for agricultural solutions, others can be for industrial use.
This presentation and the other presentation, they are good presentations building on different areas of interest. But for this, we want to see what are the cost comparisons on what you are saying, so that if it can be progressed, what are we looking at in terms of analysis of what is there and what you're proposing to enhance in terms of improvement, all that.
Thank you. Maybe you can make a comment on that as we take one last question. Go ahead.
Just to understand, maybe have you benchmarked with what is happening outside Kenya? Outside Kenya, externally, who have you benchmarked with? I know the issue with the hydrogen is about making it accessible. What is your thought on the value chain? Yeah, because that is the challenge with the hydrogen. Because we are moving from fossil fuel, yes, but basically going to electricity and hydrogen and all that. But they're looking at the value chain in terms of how is it accessible from production to the market. Those are the issues. Have you looked at it? Yeah.
I think just to build on that, I think benchmarking is a big question, and especially within Africa, because I think green hydrogen has been a big topic within Europe in the last couple of months over their energy issue, within Europe. But then on technical support, and I think that's why we were asking about who within your team understands the mechanical engineering bits that makes this theoretical proposal tangible, because the failure, say, of the solar ecosystem was that when they were installed by people who left, and there was no maintenance teams, and they kept failing, and nobody knows how to recycle them or do with them. And that's also then the challenge that we would be facing, also setting up new green hydrogen, plants and the kind. So what is the skill also around it? Who has it?
Okay, so you have piqued our interest. I think that's why there are questions coming out in that format. Okay, so we'll give you a chance to comment on that and or ask for permission to refine it.
Yeah. So for policy, there can be we can have communication between the consumers and the customers. Maybe let's talk of Mobius Motors. They can communicate on what's best for them and how well they can be supported on making this technology happen and how easy it can be with them. So maybe for benchmarking, the research on hydrogen has been going on, and there has been Toyota Mirai. It's a vehicle that was created through this technology, and in Europe that is existing. Maybe for the market in Kenya, we can we can try and see what they have done and adopt that technology also, so that we can make it also happen here in Kenya. For the value chain, on how it is being, this technology is going to be accessible from production to consumption. So
we're asking the team to wrap up in 1 minute.
okay, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, so let my friend answer this.
For the value chain, how the consumer, how it's going to move from the producer to the consumer, it's the use of the underground pipes, which will be much easier to access to the consumer and faster, and it is a cheaper mode of transport. Yeah.
Okay, and lastly, who has the skills so that this technology is not going to be lost? This is what, because it's an innovative idea. We can partner with whatever we are doing here. Use the skills of the academia and come up with ways on how we can best work on this hydrogen and for it to be sustainable. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them. Okay. Okay, 5B1. 5B1. Dominic, Carter, and Collins, right? Richard, Victor, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dominic. I'm a student innovator in the IoT and AI space. My colleague is Victor from Moi University in telecommunications and cybersecurity space. So today we are presenting our solution on our Mobius Hydrogen platform, which is a platform which will be bringing together different stakeholders to delve into this green mobility transition. Okay, so our mentors is our MC and Joe. And the challenge was to address the limitations that we have in the hydrogen space, and which Mobius has a lot of opportunities. First, in understanding the infrastructure and how to build on it, how to prepare the consumer base and stakeholders for this transition, and then how we can leverage resources like geothermal to maybe produce the green hydrogen, how we can learn from others like the Toyota and all that, and how we can eventually reduce the cost of hydrogen cars. And about Mobius, Mobius is a car manufacturer. They design, they manufacture, and they sell the cars here in Kenya. And yeah, so we were using the design thinking model, the Wadhwani, where we did immersion. We delved into the landscape of hydrogen, did rapid research, looked at the key change drivers. We went into empathy, where we understood the pain points, first from Mobius, how Mobius can pioneer the transition, and also in terms of the users, the end users of mobility. We went into the ideation stage, where we were using idea scamping and reverse thinking to come up with this platform as our ultimate solution. We used business modeling to come up with a prototype, and then we did the validation to assess our idea. Okay, so on the user segments, we were trying to understand the user pain points in the mobility space. So we had these 4 general clusters of users. We had the operators, who are mostly worried about time, fuel, and cost. So these are maybe if you are a border operator or a car operator, you'll be concerned maybe if you're moving from point 1 to 2, how much will it take in terms of time and cost? So our solution, having a platform they can plug into it for maybe shared mobility. And then they can look at the new products. Let's say if it's a hydrogen fuel cell, how can they maybe acquire it? We looked at transporters as a segment in terms of if you are if you are a truck moving from point A to point B, how can you maybe maximize your profit and reach? Maybe if you can learn from the platform, we can maybe leverage on infrastructure like we've seen the previous presenters talking about maybe hydrogen storage and production and all that. So this platform can accommodate them. Then we were looking at the high-end consumers, how maybe they can plug into the platform to get the early versions of maybe the hydrogen models and all that, and then building a brand image for the products. Then lastly, we had the commuters, which are the majority of the end users, mostly worried about time and cost. These are maybe normal Kenyans moving from one point to point two, and for them they can get education. And then also, since we are like the commuters, we are also working towards maybe acquiring our own cars in the future. So this platform can drive maybe the new purchasing of the mobility. So like if you want to buy a new car, why can't you just buy a hydrogen fuel car instead? Yeah. So this hydrogen platform is a platform for Mobius. So where Mobius is a catalyst for the disruption of the transition from oil to hydrogen. And in this platform, we are bringing together different stakeholders, like car-sharing companies, commuters. We have like oil refueling operators. So this like Ruby's, Total and all that, where we can look at how, through this partnership, how maybe slowly we can introduce refueling of hydrogen, for instance. The same way like right now we are seeing LPG being refueled alongside petrol and diesel. Then we have energy companies like Engen and GDC. For example, GDC, we have like a lot of geothermal wells that are not connected to the grid because maybe the capacity is below the threshold. So how can they maybe utilize those idle wells to produce the green hydrogen through this platform and through this partnership? And then government agencies and institutions, through these strategic roadmaps that we are seeing, maybe like ETIP, the NDCs, the ones that were launched during the African Climate Summit and all that. How can we leverage on these subsidies and these incentives from the government to drive the change? And then investors and innovators and all that. Then the cost structure of building this platform, for now we are proposing a mobile application-based platform. So the cost will be on building the platform, so investing in the software, which will require around 1.2 million, scaling, maintaining the platform and all that, and then disruption, where maybe they'll be introducing the products and all that. So yeah, these are the marketing channels, mobile partnerships, advertisements, and all that. And yeah. So.
Let me briefly talk about the revenue streams, where we'll be looking at the green funds, which are being offered by international companies, even like EnergyX, which is a company based in Europe that offers grants and funds for companies that are doing hydrogen production, especially green hydrogen production. So also looking at venture capitalists who will be able to offer finances for the disruption of the market, and looking at the freemium approach. Our competitive advantage that we're using towards Mobius is that you can move to hydrogen because you'll be the first mover. You'll have that advantage, and you'll have a strong focus on users based on the educational platform, and building on that strategic partnerships that are required to make this happen. You'll be achieving SDG 17 and other SDGs that are linked to climate action, responsible production and consumption. And this is the demo of the application. The application, we call it Aviva, where you can just log in. They have key features and packages. The packages are fixed to silver, bronze, and gold, where you have a learning platform, production, you can establish partnerships, you have a community forum, you can even host events, the shared mobility, yes. In the events, you can be able to access events that are based on hydrogen. You can be able to do talk shows like TED based on hydrogen. You have a newsletter, the Mobius Insider, where you'll be looking at hydrogen insights, new things coming up in hydrogen, and maybe test drives. coming up with hydrogen products, maybe the first hydrogen vehicle, someone wants to come and test drive it, we'll organize those events and maybe post the videos on the platform. And trending, you also see what's trending in the hydrogen market, especially linked to Mobius, where you can show launches, you can show discoveries of hydrogen deposits, you can even show the partnerships that have been newly established towards this mobility. Yeah, thank you so much for listening to us, and we look forward to a greener future with Mobius. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team 5B2. With that fast speed, okay, she's got a question even before we say something. Okay. This is about a platform. Are we together? Integrating knowledge, partners, collaborators, industry, all that to make hydrogen a possibility in Kenya and in Africa. So let's ask a few questions. No, I'm not. No, they shouldn't. Okay.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
So I will make a comment, then I'll ask a question. So my comment is, I felt like your presentation had a missing link because, for example, Kenya Police Sacco is a sacco. Police, they contribute their savings, and then Kenya Police Sacco can decide to give that saving to people in form of loans or in form of lands. I really had a struggle to understand where are you guys getting the hydrogen that you're saying people can go to the platform and buy it, because you haven't given us like, this is where we will get or source the hydrogen, and then people will come to the platform and buy like Bitcoin or Ethereum. But then like you're talking about hydrogen education and stuff, but despite education, you see when you do Fuel Online or M-Pesa, the people who have real shares in Safaricom, whereby you can get money when we send virtually before it gets to the accounts. So that's why you can easily get in an agent before ifike. But then you're also explaining that people can access hydrogen and buy it from the platform and learn more about hydrogen. The learning is okay. Where I'm struggling is, if I want to buy the hydrogen from your platform, or those packages that you've said it contains hydrogen, where are you getting the hydrogen from that you'll come now and sell it in your platform? Because I feel like I didn't get that at all.
Yeah, it's a long question in one, but I think the question is, where is the hydrogen coming from so that we can access it on the platform, right?
And what is the relationship with the source of hydrogen?
Good. Another question? You are discussing the question.
Hello, mine is just one. You have talked about disrupting the system. So are you a disruptor? So what's your innovation? Who is your customer? And who are your stakeholders? Because when I make a platform, I have to know who I'm interacting with. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think she has said is value proposition. What is the value? What is the solution here? You presented very well, very, very well. For awareness creation, for sensitizing people to use more hydrogen. But the solution, I've not gotten it. Because you are pitching for Mobius, I'm guessing. So exactly, I've not gotten exactly what is the solution in this. But about awareness for hydrogen, that you need to use hydrogen, I think you can do another. It's a good pitch for Mobius when now you have the solution.
One question.
Manasseh, don't feel threatened. No, I mean, and it's nice we talk about it. Just as John has asked, what is the product that you're selling to Mobius? And yeah, who are the customers you're targeting here?
Okay. They don't know.
Almost the same.
Almost the same, eh?
No, they're very good. It's very well done. The deck is good, amazing. They have a clear understanding, but we've just not gotten the solution.
They'll catch you.
They even dressed for the occasion. So
Yes,
yeah.
All right, thank you. Dominic and Victor, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so first, the presentation was in line with the challenge, so we were trying to, yeah. So the first one was on where to get the hydrogen. So here we've talked a lot about partnerships, where Mobius is going to partner with, let's say, the energy companies so that they can. Okay, what we are trying to do is to come up with this disruption in Africa, where now Mobius being at the center and driving this platform and partnerships, we can bring in these energy companies, these innovators, so that through that, ultimately, they'll create the products that will be put on the platform. And then in terms of the value propositions, maybe Victor.
The value propositions that you're bringing into the plate, the challenge is more of a suggestion towards Mobius on which route to take when it comes to oil to hydrogen mobility. So the suggestion we were bringing into place was using a mobile application. That is a platform that allows people to know more about hydrogen, yeah, yeah. And then now the uniqueness about that, this kind of solution is that it approaches the user as a person who's not even aware, yeah, that you can use hydrogen. So you come and learn now that you can use actual hydrogen for these. Hydrogen has these advantages over oil. People can propose electrical vehicles, yeah, but hydrogen has better range for truckers, yeah. So the unique value proposition we're trying to address here is that the aspect of climate action also has to be sustainable in terms of like the cost implications that come into the infrastructure, and yeah. So the platform also will have aspects where we can access. I think Dominic was better on this one.
Okay, so on that, we had other features that if you look at the demo, you'll see like shared mobility, where we are targeting the middle class, car owners and operators. So, okay, what we are trying to do is to lead the disruption, but we understand that the current state, we don't have enough infrastructure to say we can now produce hydrogen. We can now produce hydrogen vehicles, let's say in Africa. We have to slowly walk the journey, and we have to start somewhere. So this is where we are starting with this platform, so that people can be aware, and then differentiating our market segments. Let's say if it's a commuter cannot be able to purchase a car, but you can try to educate them that instead of using an oil-based car, why can't you do a hydrogen one? For the high-end consumers, they have money, for instance. We can, maybe working with innovators, come up with a unique product that is addressing the high-end consumers, maybe a hydrogen super bike that will be targeting them, and then using the platform to reach out to them. Yeah, so that's basically our idea. It's trying to focus on the disruption and the transition and understanding the limitations that we have in African landscape.
Just a follow-up. If Mobius did the dissemination about hydrogen on their website or on their socials, will they still need the app? Because this is about informing the masses or educating, just spreading the knowledge about hydrogen and use of it. Will they still need to invest on the app?
Yeah, they'll still need to invest in the app, because other than education, we also want to invest in the disruption in terms of the research and development. So they'll need to pioneer some of the products. Let's say if it's a hydrogen motorcycle for the borders, or they need a product somehow, either for them or for the other end. So they need to still invest working on this platform to get partnerships, to get funding, for instance, the green funding and all that. And then also looking at the whole value chain in terms of if they have a product, let's say, how will they, let's say, fuel a hydrogen car? They need to partner with these the electricity companies like GDC to lower the cost, for example, of fueling those cars. So they'll still need a platform to move forward with their research and development.
Let me just ask, what is the disruption your innovation is bringing to the table?
Okay, the disruption is to change the mobility from oil to hydrogen. We have this emerging technology of electric vehicles, but we are looking beyond that, beyond the current state. Let's say the future of mobility, we want it to be greener and sustainable.
How?
So the market at the moment in the country, yes, we have hybrid vehicles, yes, we have electric vehicles, and we have vehicles that use oil. So coming in as a lead in the market to first provide the education, to establish the partnerships, Mobius will be a leader in the industry in this sense. So they'll first disrupt to make the people understand. So once the people are in line that Mobius is the one leading the way, even the products as they come, people will buy this product. So the platform essentially is a platform where people can get educated, one, and industry stakeholders like now producing hydrogen. You know, you need GDC, something like GDC, the Geothermal Development Company, where you can produce green hydrogen because of the presence of surplus geothermal energy. Yeah. So you need partners. So to establish more partners, you need a platform, and also an aspect of tracing routes where vehicles pass by. The shared mobility. Shared mobility, you're sharing actual vehicles that use oil, yeah? But based on that, you'll be able to trace routes that people pass by mostly, especially in Nairobi. There's so many routes. So you'll know places where you can even advise partners who are going to set up refueling stations, yeah, on these routes. Yeah. So the platform essentially is a start. More products will come, and the platform will be instrumental in selling the products to the users who are already used to that. The Mobius is coming in as a front runner for solutions that are in line with hydrogen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was given a timeout from the back there. I know the questions can keep coming because this is interesting. And because we have not dangled a product here, everybody wants to know, what are you selling? Knowledge is powerful. Information is powerful. So if you have information around hydrogen, you can make more decisions and better decisions. And that's what this team is presenting here. My guess, I'm not answering their question again. John, no? Okay, thank you, team. 5B1. Thank you very much. Yes. I know. Okay, B2. 5B2. Karibu. You're not talking to judges now, you're talking to Manasseh.
Hello guys.
You too, hello.
Yeah, the mentor is really selling his team's product.
I'll sell yours as well.
So, good afternoon. We are Team 2, Cohort 3. I'm Maria Mwangeshi from This is my teammate Dave Washira from JQuat. Yes. So, picture this. Have you guys noticed how in the morning it might be very sunny, in the evening it's thunderstorms, yeah? So when we all think about it, it's basically climate change. So when you're discussing about this with your friends, especially lately, you've been seeing climate change everywhere. There is summits, there is conferences, the president is talking about it. But when we talk among our peers, we're all like, climate change is something for the NGOs, for the governments to deal with, and we have nothing we can do about it. So, with our solution called HydroBuddy, we make everyone believe that they have a part to play in the solution. HydroBuddy in full is Hydrogen Buddy, and you'll come to know why it's called that. So the problem, that's our agenda. The problem is essentially how there's congestion in Nairobi, and we all see that, and most of the vehicles we are using are oil-based. So this is leading to pollution, emissions, and people are aware of that. They are seeing that, especially most of us who know what causes climate change. But we think, okay, what can we do about it, yeah? So the solution is HydroBuddy, which is also integrated with an advocacy system. So we were pitching to Mobius, since Mobius is a company that's dealing with making hydrogen vehicles, and they're targeting the African mass market. So that means they want to target as many people as possible, and they want to create vehicles that are affordable. So the hydrogen vehicles is one part of the solution. So our web app is a platform that's like a buddy system. So that means that even when you get that hydrogen vehicle, fine, you've been sold that it's a green mobility system. So what's next? What do I do with it? So the buddy system allows you to be linked with people who are experienced using hydrogen vehicles, so they can maybe guide you. Where do you fuel the cars? Where do you buy the accessories required? What's like the current news on hydrogen vehicles? So the prototype will explain what I'm saying. Just click on it.
Share video.
Yes, but essentially the prototype is the platform that describes our main features. Like Group 1 was saying, the awareness, so that's in terms of resources on information to do with hydrogen, the advancements. So the first step is you create an account, yeah? Mobius already has a platform. So the value addition is that you create an account where you get the extra resources, and you can refer other people, other new people to come into the system, know about hydrogen cars, and you earn while referring people. And the value, the thing that we're adding is a timeline. For example, Twitter, when you open and scroll, you see what's happening. So the app allows you to see the advancements in hydrogen. Maybe your buddy is using their car in Kilimani, so the person is like, hey guys, I'm here. And then you all, Yani, you feel like you're part of a community. So that is our platform. I hope the prototype will open soon. And yeah, so essentially we are creating a community system with using the hydrogen cars. My colleague will continue.
Hi everyone. If the prototype is not open, I guess we could go to the next slide on market research. Yeah, so our target market is the early adopters of hydrogen vehicles or hydrogen mobility, since it's an emerging concern in the African market. In addition to that, we have the public sector, government entities, and yeah. So part of our users and stakeholders include the NAMATA, that's the Nairobi Metropolitan Area Transport Authority. So NAMATA has a plan to ease in transport within the Nairobi metropolitan region. Yeah, so in that we could use the platform now to help them, facilitate that whole process. Matatu owners and public sector. Then the value proposition is user confidence. That platform will help users have confidence in the emerging hydrogen market. It will also accelerate the adoption of hydrogen vehicles and all of that. It will improve the user experience of hydrogen vehicles since it's a new technology, and it will also strengthen community ties. So the competitive advantage is that the platform, what you're providing is affordable and it's environmentally friendly, and it touches on SDG number 7 on affordable and clean energy. Yeah. Yes. So of course we need funding and resource, and of course mentorship. And yes, I think we go to the team slide. Team slide. Yes, so this is the lovely team that was handling this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is the prototype opening?
Yes, it's opening in some places. David will start with the questions as we wait for that. It's open, eh? Mike. It's open for you.
Hi, Robert. I think you guys are very energetic. You're passionate about this. You did a good presentation. I think we're happy about it. I think the only thing, in terms of creating awareness and on hydrogen use and so on, I think you're really on point. The question I still have anyway is how you will sustain yourself, like from a revenue perspective. I don't know how, when you say you refer people and you earn points or you earn something like that, how does it typically work? If you have your platform and then I refer her to your platform, then, so if she uses hydrogen, then you pay me. As in, I've not understood about that revenue model and whether it's really feasible, right? Does it really make sense that that is the way you will earn revenue with such a nice platform that you've built? Or are there other ways, right?
Miriam, just hang on a second. Another question. I want to pull the questions. Pull the questions. Pull the questions.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a question. We have a question here.
I
know why.
So I like the hydro body name. It's viral. It's catchy. I don't want to use other names. Yeah, I've been told here. So basically, it is. If I've looked at your the site, basically, you know, it's just there. It's just that. Yeah. So it's nothing. It's nothing. You know, so. But yes, I have to look at it. So if you look at either I'm looking at maybe it's about the way we did the Mobius whatever challenge, because the challenge was about what was the challenge? It was about how should if the project has been designed together with the car manufacturing company Mobius and the research question, if Mobius Motors was to adopt hydrogen as their key strategic component, how should they do it to establish themselves as a pioneer and industry leader of hydrogen economy in Kenya and later abroad? Maybe there's a disconnect because the way we are seeing with the first team is kind of is the same way we are doing it, because it's like raising awareness or whatever in the terms of usage of hydrogen. Maybe it's the way we are understanding. I don't know if that is the position of what you understood, that you are just creating a platform to create awareness for hydrogen. That is my thought. Number two is I would, if given an opportunity and I'm Mobius, then I'll use you guys for marketing. I think you're very good in marketing.
Thank you.
I have a question. It's not really a question. It's a thought. Basically, what I've understood, you are an advocacy platform for hydrogen, according to your presentation on your website. So that means if a very good hacker can get into your system and download everything and paste in the website of Mobius, you know you're done, right? That's number one. Number two, in my other world, I'm a communication strategist. And right now, you know, the traditional old system where TVs are the one government used to advertise, or companies and individuals, they are struggling right now. The nation media has fired over 10,000 people because of what we have, what we Twitter Spaces, Facebook Live, stuff like that. People are reporting things in real life for free as long as you have bundles. So, and then there's also artificial intelligence where I can get that information. I'll just like opportunities for hydrogen in Kenya. Then it will bring all information that is in your website. So I guess my question is, what is different for you to compete from the existing platforms where we can easily get information about hydrogen in Africa, East Africa, and Kenya specifically? Because as I said, saizi the world is digital. AI, there are so many AI. There's that for Elon Musk, there's for Google, there are others, there are a lot. So if you don't get satisfactory question from this AI, you go to this other and this other and this other. So what is it that this information, because your platform is informatory about hydrogen, what is so different that it will have a uniqueness away from ChatGPT, BAD, and all those others?
And then what is it that, I don't know if there's any engineer who has done hydrogen in your team. This goes to those other teams which said also they're informatory. Because on Twitter space, sometimes you can just link up with someone who is a real engineer doing this shit, and then you tell them, come to my space, tell people, take them through the real work you're doing. They are making green hydrogen, blue hydrogen from crops, from whatever they're extracting from water and stuff like that. So the challenge would also be like, you are giving out information not out of experience. It's just information out of information. This information you got somewhere and now you're giving out. So that will be another challenge. So how are you going to handle it?
Any other?
You asked the long question, now you triggered them.
Yeah, maybe as I pass the mic, because it's passing mic. You see, everyone is seeing the point of you are an advocacy platform, but probably from the point of design thinking, when you're immersing, what was the client's problem? Maybe if you can answer that, it will answer a lot of questions.
Just following up on that, if you are to address the client's problem, maybe you need to think of other marketing, a wider marketing strategy also. Because what would make me just go to the net and type hydro body if I have no idea about it? So think maybe about other channels that you can use. We even have like recommender systems that you go to other sites and you'll see this popping up and all that. So then it makes you, think of a wider strategy.
Okay.
So John said this is a marketing what? You would wire them as a marketing what, John?
Marketing team from OBS.
Okay. Good presentation. I was looking for a guy who will join us later who has this knowledge of vehicles, automotives. And the guy is none other than Waume. He's just seated down. Behind there, he is making a lot of summaries for all these presentations. But from where we sit, now let me go back to where I work. From where we sit as a ministry is we're looking at, first is a transition. In your heading, it's oil to hydrogen. So how do we address that transition? Remember, it has an issue of agent. Somebody talked to you about the engineers in your teams. So we need to address that issue of transition. Then second is the infrastructure component. Right now, Mobias and other farms is still struggling with the infrastructure for electric. We've not got it right. We're still struggling. Who is the investor? Who is the regulator? Who is the business person? So we need to also address that. But there's the back question is, before we market now, where is the product we are marketing? Where is it? If John has seen it, please explain to us. Or you're also a disruptive force. But that is it. Otherwise, these are good presentations. These are, in general, eye-openers. I think as we finalize the 4 presentations on green mobility, would want to open the space for Wahome. It deals with all the automotive issues in the ministry, and would be good to echo what the industry players led by Mobias would say, all that. But otherwise, it's a good presentation. John, can you remember when you were a student? Could you pitch like this? Probably no.
It's back to John.
But we say good progress. Thank you.
No response. No response. No response. Kama ni swali ndio. I know you are not going to ask a question.
It's a very positive. You're Mariam, yes, and team, you have presented very well. And that's why I said I like hydropathic. The presentation is very good. What I'm saying is, maybe you did not understand whatever. And it's not you. Even the other team that presented, also they were doing something about creation of whatever, that awareness and what. If that was what was presented, then you have done well.
Thank you.
Don't worry.
Okay, allow me to answer the questions. First of all, maybe you understood advocacy. That's part of it. But when we coined the name Hydrobody, it was essentially based on, one, Mobius is trying to target the African mass market. So even the affordability in terms of, I don't know if the research I saw was true, but they're trying to create cars that are even cheaper than maybe used cars, yeah? So that's one aspect. But another aspect in the African culture is you only take something if someone who you trust has also taken and tried it. So it's a buddy system where people who have used it are on the side and they mentor new users to also use the product, yeah? So they are buddies, yani, they are helping each other navigate the usage of hydrogen vehicles. That's one aspect. Second, I've liked her addition. I don't know, I've forgotten her name, the one at the end. Yours, the one where you're like, we need to consult engineers because it might also be a thing of you just take information from Google where everyone can access it, and yeah, so we'll look into that. But we're also envisioning that this is actually kind of similar to what Tesla does. They have the cars and they have a niche. So the people who buy Tesla cars, probably, but I'll need to do more research, when they buy it, they are told of this application, this website, where you can connect with your fellow users of Tesla and interact on how to navigate the Tesla landscape. So we are also envisioning that people who use hydrogen cars, they might not necessarily go to Twitter to search about hydrogen, but when they know people who also use hydrogen cars, they trust each other with how to navigate the usage. Yeah. I hope I've answered all the questions. Oh, and also I've remembered the one for the earning. We'll do more research, but what we are thinking is the refer and earn, and also there's like a kiosk in the prototype site, on the prototype site, where there are specific accessories you will need, and since you already have your niche going into the website, they will definitely trust that the website has legit spare parts or legit accessories, and that will create money for the solution. Thank you.
Then I'll respond to one question that was asked, and then I'll respond to what the issue you raised on the whole challenge and all of that. Yeah, so on the question she asked, how this platform is different from going to Twitter or YouTube or any other platform, is that the information that we'll use, as my team members mentioned, will be verifiable, since we will partner with engineers and people who have done industry research on this here. So you won't have to go to anywhere else to get information that is not verifiable. Then on the question on the challenge, so the question that we were asked in this challenge is how can Mobius Motors get into this hydrogen industry? That's basically the question. And we had to scratch our heads. It's a very hard question because hydrogen is more expensive than petroleum in our research, than gasoline. The price of hydrogen per kg is $14. That's the international price. The price of gasoline is $14 per kg, and the price of gasoline is around $4 per kg. So it's very expensive, yeah. So this platform, or rather what you're doing, is trying to consolidate everything, because you see there are ways in which hydrogen can be made cheaper. There's advancements in electrolysis, which hydrogen the production can be made cheaper, and which can make the whole the fuel cheaper, yeah. So I guess that's what you're trying to do. We are open to mentorship and comments and questions, because there's a lot to learn from each other. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we go to the next team, just to clarify a bit, because I heard them being challenged whether the solution, because we did give a brief to them and we had a discussion. And as you said, for any innovation, we care about technology innovation, the technology product itself. If you're talking of the car, you're talking of the hydrogen, those are technology. And those technologies are well known, how to do a car, how to do an engine, how to do electrolysis. Those are all technologies. But for innovation to happen, you need social innovators. You need people who can bring people on board. You need policy innovators. And this is what some of these teams were trying to do. How can you bring, because you're trying to build an ecosystem, you're trying to bring all the actors together. So how do you energize people? How do you do so? So they were being challenged to say, and Mobius actually did give them a presentation. Mobius knows engineering. They don't want to be told how to do a hydrogen car. That one, they know how to do it. Yeah? So the question is, business model, yes, it's a business. So we are thinking, how do you create a new business model for hydrogen? It's expensive, so the normal way of doing a business might not be the same way. So you have to think of different business models. That's why some here you are ride sharing, you are all kinds of things. So for me, I think they were briefed in a way to say that sometimes don't really bother too much with let's try to think of also social and other things that can also help bring a solution. Because you're trying to come up with something new, and therefore you're trying to create an ecosystem. So part of the briefing, that's why you see some of these things are not really talking about. They're talking about these other things, building that community. That was given us one of the things that we really lack, we need to know about. So I think I'll invite John Kavila to give some, yeah. And
okay, let me just stand up. It's easier. Okay, to the teams, well done. Good job on the presentations. The brief is, as Julius has mentioned, because it's an entirely new space. There's a lot of uncertainty, there are a lot of unknowns. And when you try and think about putting an entire ecosystem together, then it is not just about one aspect. You must look at the entire value chain. As somebody who spent over close to 25 years learning to turn uncertainty into certainty, because my background is in research and development, I think take heart from the probing the questions, because that is where you are really going to solidify those particular ideas. And actually all the ideas here, even if some of them were not fully baked, were getting into the oven, okay? And you just need to go back and check, okay, did I put some of this? And as far as further mentoring, I'm always available to actually come and sit one-to-one with the teams and actually really go through that presentation and those ideas and develop them to see where we can take them overall. But really exciting opportunities there. And the whole idea here was just stimulate the possible. You can imagine hydrogen. Today we take fossil fuels. We have to import that fuel. But here we could certainly start generating that particular fuel in a whole host of ways. So very, very interesting. I want to very quickly give just some one or two liners for each of the teams. Team 5A1. As an engineer, we can design things for the sake of designing. I always just tell my bosses, time and money, it's okay, I'll make whatever it is you want. But ultimately, in some of those solutions, always think about the overall cost and time impact. And actually, that is where a lot of those constraints is a very key constraint when you come to innovation. You never have, even Apple doesn't have an infinite resource of money. They gave up having spent almost $10 billion on a new version of an Apple car. $10 billion gone, and there's no car to show for it, okay? So learning how to constrain and put the right sort of parameters as you innovate is key, and it's some of the things that you've talked about, the users, the ecosystem, where is it going to be used, how is it going to be used. So that is a key point to think about. I like in the last team you mentioned about costs. What is the cost of hydrogen? And in fact, one of the things we must be successful is using this as a fuel, how will it be cost effective? Remember the environment that we exist. Very good. And then keep in mind, you talked about turning solar, wind turbine into hydrogen. It's a very energy intensive process. So maybe rethink on how to actually make that a lot more efficient and much more distributed. But the idea of distributed power generation is interesting. On team 5A2, retrofitting. You know, one of the things that exists within the industry, and why actually people are really beginning to relook at hydrogen, is the infrastructure that already exists for internal combustion engines can very easily be switched over to using hydrogen as a fuel. And there's a lot of interest in the industry on that. Now, there's still quite a lot of challenges, but it is an idea to continue exploring. Whether retrofitting is a different case, but certainly as an opportunity to continue a massive industry that already employs and generates a huge amount of revenue. So that is, and the key thing there is, what is the trigger point? At what point is it going to start becoming interesting commercially? BEVs, PHEVs have already kicked off. How are they going to switch to hydrogen? It looks like those guys have already moved forward, but there's still all to play for when you look at the longer term opportunities. 5B2 and the last team, these were interesting aspects with regards to the opportunity of actually getting into an entirely, completely new space. How do we do it? What do we need to consider? And they're actually, and I think these ideas can be refined and developed but you know, fine-tune what would be an initial sort of a starting point, and how do you actually then use those platforms for education, for bringing together an ecosystem, players in different ways. Some of that, maybe there are much more efficient ways to do it, but they strike an interesting thought process in looking at a different aspect, rather than the more technical, broader, how do I do electrolysis? How do I make the hydrogen more efficient? How do I move it? How do I compress it? This looks at some of the other human elements that you must get right if you're going to try and start bringing the technology through to fruition. Okay, and I think we really did talk about the overall ecosystem, but thank you. I'm encouraged by what you guys put together. There's a lot of opportunity that, and this is what I always say, here you have the possibility of changing the narrative. Don't sit and wait for technology to be dumped on you. Take charge and look at the opportunity of being part of that narrative. All right, so well done, and continue. Thank you.
Another round of applause for John. John has been very helpful over the process. I would like Patrick to respond. Patrick Wahome. Yes. Cecilia is saying you give an input, brief input, 1 or 2 pointers. Hey, a round of applause to him as he gathers his thoughts. It's not easy being ambushed.
Good morning this afternoon. We are Africans, and afternoon is after eating. And we are approaching 1. Anyway, my name has been mentioned by the project coordinator, and I'll say it's adversely. Let me stand here so that somebody can see the type of the shoe I'm wearing. Well, I don't know, I've been ambushed. Yes, I am a master of nothing, but a jack of all trades. When I was, how many students are here? The students, the real students, class. When I was a student like you, I did something that somebody was saying today. Telephone farming. I'm an agronomist. When I was mid-age, as the project coordinator said, and I worked in agriculture sector for years, I practiced even telephone farming, but today I'll say what you said is encouraging, that probably the problem I went through when I tried telephone farming, I'll succeed, but there's something I didn't hear. Number 2, When I was in mid-age, I want to give you my journey. I worked and I specialized kidogo on climate change. So when you're talking about green energy, climate change, I have a grasp on that. At my old age, where I am today, as he mentioned, this gentleman who just talked about before me, Mr. Engineer Kabila, I've been working with him. And what am I trying to say? I'm a jack of all trades, but a master of making money. Anyway, when we are here, iTATU, I did innovation and implement. The first thing, and there is a group, I think it was B25, innovation is all about disruption. If you are not ready to disrupt anything in this world, you not get anywhere. Even our birth, actually, it was a disruption. Billy, I did come with ideas. One thing I would say, the ideas what I have had here, they are very good ideas. But this generation that you are sitting here, the generation Z, but you call yourself Z. And comparing with ourselves, when you were at the level where you are, students, I was trying to compare when I was a student. And I wrote my first research paper as an undergraduate before majority of before all of you are born. I went to a library just here in Nairobi, in Kilimo, and you know the process. And I know you gentlemen and ladies who are in school, you don't know how to use those libraries that we use. The maktaba iko hapa tu. For a week, 3 weeks, I lasted there, I did my work. And you people, you're in an era that is different. But I'll tell you from what I have found here, I'll be very critical. And I do this probably to help you. The only mistake that I can say I've observed that is you are not good at doing your research. You have made a light attempt, but there is in your research what you've come up with, or probably is because I've done it, there is something that is missing. There's something that is missing in your research. And your research today, you sit, use your phone, you get all the information. And when you do that information, you get it, please try to corroborate that information with the practitioners who are already there. Like this team that did a few things on hydrogen. I tell you, if you are able to get the team from Mobius, they could have helped you to come up with something. I don't know whether it was allowed that, but even if it is not allowed based on what you are doing, it is your responsibility to take an extra mile, go look for that information. The other item is, as you presented here, I want to imagine if you are going through the system almost we did, is you must have done a unit called Communication 101 and 102. If you did it, I'll tell you your biggest problem is you are not able to apply it. Communication. Because you have good ideas, but there is a problem of communication. There is a group of a gentleman, I think is these two gentlemen. They communicated and communicated well, although there is a statement they made that was wrong. But for purpose of communication, very good. There is a team, I don't know whether it's the one, because I didn't know I was told I'll sit here. I talked about hydrogen and national grid. And please this team seated here, don't mind us if I bring something out and probably you didn't hear. They talked about hydrogen, national grid. Yeah? It is connected. Please don't mind us this. As I said, communication is convincing you. If you are convinced it was the right thing, let me not convince you that what they said was wrong. That doesn't exist in Kenya today for the time being, but probably if what you said you want to do is well incubated with the time, whatever gets out of that, you'll get it in the national grid. The other item is what? I forget fast. Yeah? Oh, okay, on hydrogen, as you do your research on technology. There's a graph, there's something that was presented here, still about communication, because communication, when you present something graphical, there's something that goes into somebody's mind. There's something that was presented, I saw Mobius, down there was Toyota, the other side there were two, Tesla, that was Tesla. What was being communicated here about price? Me, I didn't get it. But I'll tell you what I saw, it's a good, whatever you put in such things, please let it communicate and make it effective communication. On communication, when you're doing presentation using PowerPoint, probably this one now you'll pay me tuition fee. It's what you put on PowerPoint. The principle of communication using PowerPoint is a basis of 7x7 maximum. PowerPoint page moja, 7 words per statement, 7 bullets. Don't read for us. Make sure that you have comprehended, you have it in your mind, and you'll be communicating to us. Because if you are reading for me, what is the essence of reading for me? Say, I read for myself. It's a challenge. This is also a challenge. Yeah? I think, Mr. Maida, next time, this communication should be part of the challenge. And I should get the credit. When I saw Toyota, and you're talking about hydrogen, and I think when you talk, Kavila will tell you, Toyota could be far much ahead. As you people, you are talking of just hydrogen alone. Them, they are talking back. Actually, we are almost going back to where we started from. They're in the process of coming up with an engine that is going to use steam. Kabila, am I wrong? I saw a clip on it. That's where we are. So when you are saying you're innovating, probably taking us back somewhere, but please, I'm happy with what I've seen here, and please let it not be for an event, make it a process. An event is just what has happened today. Please, when you get out of school, get yourself something to do with what you are going, incubate it. Push it, keep pushing it, and fight for yourself. Cecilia, can I sit? With those many words, do I qualify for lunch? Do I qualify for lunch? So I mean I have to study and say something. I don't know what, there is something I have not said. There are a few things about regulations, policy, that were mentioned. Policy, basically the way we define it, is a statement of intent. If you want to put it into gear, come up with other things. But policy is a statement of intent. Like what he has said, today I'll eat lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause to Patrick. I am Joe Mukoko, sitting in for Manasseh for the next couple of minutes, part of the iTATU team. And thank you for the feedback. We have taken it in, and on behalf of the rest of the mentors, we shall make sure we get the young people better prepared, not only next time, but I know we will have a debrief meeting with them on the presentations. As we take it home, hasn't it been a good day? We are at 95% attendance from morning to now, so congratulations to yourselves. So I'd like us to do something. You've been seated for the last 2 hours. Please stand. And stretch your hand, your left hand, as high as it can go. Don't stand on the seat, don't jump on the table, just stretch your hand as high as it can go. Then bring it down. Right hand, as high as it can go. Bring it down. Elbow your neighbor. Say hi to your neighbor with the elbows. Good, fantastic. You may have your seats. I can see Judge Susan wants to show us some other tricks. Good. As I call on stage the next group to come and give us the story on micro dairy. Team 1A, are you ready? As they get ready to come on stage, allow me to give you a story when they were telling us about telephone farming. So I come from Western Kenya. I got this brilliant idea that pineapples can grow in Kakamega. And I got someone to help me from Kakuzi. And I planted the pineapples. And I monitored them. When I knew they were about to be harvested, I went to the hotels around Nyanza and Western and talked to the hotels and told them, I will give you a steady supply of pineapples. So on the day that the pineapples were supposed to be harvested. Guess what happened? Next day in the morning, there were no pineapples on the farm. So, I'm going to speak in the Luya accent that the guy told me. Rene, I'll translate for you. Mchomba, nilikuja asubuhi nikapata shamba yote imepotea. So you see, if I could, Rene, what that means is that he came in the morning and all the pineapples were missing from the farm. So if I had a technology to monitor what was going on, maybe I would have seen. So you can imagine 2 days later, the hotel start calling, hey, you promised us pineapples. So some of this technology is here to help us. Microdairy Team 1A. The stage is all yours. We need an innovation in technology. Okay. Challenge accepted.
So, good afternoon. I'm Grace Wanjiro from Egerton University. I'm an animal health practitioner. And with me here is
Edwin Murimi from Kenyatta University, pursuing masters in medical microbiology.
Right. So we are from the micro dairies team.
Just give us a minute.
All right, sure.
You can be finding out from your neighbor what they have picked from the presentation, where they can invest money in. Can you be able to see that? In the interest of time. Okay, maybe you'll have to come down that side.
All right.
We can move this.
So as I mentioned before, we are from the micro dairies team. We are seeking to transform the dairy sector through use of micro dairies. You could be wondering why micro dairies. The dairy industry in Kenya contributes to 14% of the total GDP. And out of these, 56% is from the micro dairies, and the rest, the other 44%, is from the other large-scale dairy operations. So let us walk you through the journey of why we're interested in micro dairies. Meet my team members.
As microdairy startup, we have diverse roles as the team. Meet Grace, she's our CEO. Eric, COO.
Collins, the COO, Lucy, the CMO, I'm the CTO, and Sharon is the CCO. So we have diverse knowledge and skills.
All right, let's proceed. Next slide, please. Oh. Please, may I have the next slide? Yes, yes. So we intend to do this by incorporating a very key differentiator in our setup, where we'll incorporate consultancy services, as we'll explain below. Let's proceed, please. So what are the problems that we're intending to tackle? Middlemen have to be at the core of it. That is the thing that is currently a nuisance. I'll give you a short story of my Uncle Gerald. He owns a bike. He is the guy within Kinangop, where I'm situated right now, who goes collecting milk from all the households. He is the guy in charge of the pricing. He says, I'm buying milk for 40 shillings. Right now, in the societies, milk is going for 45 shillings a liter. I'm delighted by the president's he made a comment some time back and said milk will be going for at least 50 shillings. Yeah, 50 shillings, that's, if I'm not wrong, 50 by the end of this month. So that is something to consider. Now, also, look at it. When he picks the milk from all the households, he has some other guy who he takes the milk to, a guy who owns a pickup. The pickup guy now takes the milk to some other guy who owns a lorry. Now the guy with the lorry now takes the milk to Nairobi, where we are. Long, long supply chains. Low animal welfare sensitizations. People think of animals as, things to just generate money and not really on their welfare. Low technology use, that is evident. Right now, yes, we are an evolving world, but as it stands, adoption is still at the pioneer stages. We can start maybe with machine milking, at least the least, right now as it stands in the rural areas. Less diversified products. Mojali, we know of yogurt and stuff, but we haven't thought of things like ghee, ice cream that uses milk as well. That's it, and such like stuff. Let's proceed, please. So yes, the consultancy bit. As it stands, if you take your milk to a dairy, a micro dairy or whichever dairy, they're just telling you, after they take your milk through the measurements and everything, you're just told, we've rejected your milk, go home. No one tells you, why have we rejected your milk? What am I supposed to do? What did I do? You're supposed to take that into consideration. And now this is where we're coming in enlightening the farmers as extension officers. I'm an animal health practitioner myself. So tell them, we've rejected your milk because we found drug residue in your milk, so you didn't observe the correct withdrawal time as indicated, or something, so that next time they know I'm supposed to do this and not this, right? So that is the bit on the consultancy. Come, let's talk. We are the dairy Daya consultancy. Daya dialogue. Okay, micro dairy farmer trainings, as I've said. So let's work on sustainable practices. A farmer, Mrs. Akinya, tells you, I'm doing 5 liters of milk, and your content is a micro dairy. No one wants to know, can you upscale from 5 to 10? Okay, traceability on the same. We can have data collection from farmers, and maybe in our long-term goals, use some technologies like blockchain that incorporates the traceability bit. Next slide, please. All right, let me.
So as you can ask, what is our target market? Our target market is the small-scale dairy farmers with cattle from around 7 to 10. The Gen Z generation, people who are not focused on dairy farming. They just want to buy the milk. We're coming in to teach them about sustainable farming practices in the dairy sector. Then the educational institutions, the academia. Academia can help us generate a very nice MVP after consultation. And then the local agricultural communities, where we can walk into the communities and talk to the guys who are connected so that they can come on board. And how does it work? First of all, these farmers will register to be part of our community. The registration will be online using Google Forms, and also we have developed a demo website where we'll get the information from the farmers. And then we only want to be clientele respectable startup. So a client, someone must have to be a client for them to use our services. Then we provide microdairy trainings from basic to premium services, which will delve in further.
From our packages, we have a basic package that entirely encompasses the microdairy setup. This, you can take a rental room or something, renovate it to fit the standards provided by the dairy board. You know, we're dealing with health consumables. We are regulated by several boards, the public health. So we have standard packages, which are sustainable practices. As I said earlier, get interest with these farmers, help them along their journey. Tell them how are you able to upscale, as I said, 5 to 10 liters or 5 to 8. The slightest would mean much to them, improving livelihoods. We have the premium packages. We have technologies like ISTRA synchronization that can be embraced by serious farmers, maybe dairy farms, that can be done on the premium package. That suits everyone. Next slide, please. Right.
Why us? What is our value proposition? As I said, we'll only deal with members who are registered on our platform. And also, we have optimized service delivery through our website, and our business model is B2C, where we deal with the customer directly without the middleman. Diverse products, like the ones she mentioned, we have high technology that will use blockchain to offer traction services. And then for our MVP, we'll have a rating system where we'll get feedback from the farmers on how we can improve our consultancy package. And we have great trainers.
So in our future plans, we can incorporate services like dairy boarding, where we'll process milk, maybe in the later stages. Currently, first solve the issue at hand. There's a deficit of fresh milk itself. Forget about the processed milk and everything. Currently, as it stands, we have a deficit of fresh milk. So how about we first cover this, and then now, in our midterm goals or long-term goals, we can think of processing, where we'll now deal with business-to-business models. Next slide, please. Call to action.
Call to action, a realistic scenario. Let's say you have 20 farmers in each county in a year. 20 farmers, our basic package will be 1,700 per farmer. So if you have 20 farmers, they register at 17 times 47 in 47 counties, we get 1.6 million yearly revenue, which is scalable. Then best case scenario, when we grow a startup, we can generate over 5 million yearly revenue.
So thank you so much. But before we wrap it up, we have the 4 SDGs. Previous slide, if you may, please. One, there was no poverty. Definitely by improving livelihoods, we will have solved that to the small-scale farmers down there. Zero hunger as well. Food provision. We have industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And at last, climate action. I know there'll be questions, but micro dairies, the term micro, we have minimized that, right, to micro, so we'll still solve the same. I don't know whether we got a minute to rush to our website, Zainab? All right. So here's our website if you'd want to find more about us. We also have social media handles. We have a Twitter page, we have a Facebook page, we have an Instagram page, and also on our website, you can find more about us. So thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Grace and Eric. Allow me to ask 3 questions. Yes, your hand has gone up first.
Since you have a website and all that, just to know a bit about your traction. So how many farmers are you currently working or supporting? Just to know that. And then secondly, you know about DigiCow, right? Do you know it?
Sorry, come again?
Do you know DigiCow, or you've heard about it?
No, I don't.
It will be another very good platform to compare and see what is it that you're offering that they are not offering, and how can you benchmark.
to you. Yeah? We now know Uncle Gerald, yeah. Yeah, I think the idea is great. And so within a consultancy also, when you bring in advisory, I think the first thing also that came to me as David was looking at digital, it was value addition of the supply chain. And I know you've said that would come in the midterm, but within a consultancy in itself, like what you'd be catering would be too minimal. Like I think it's okay to expand, and I think that that is more on your business model. What's then your scalability? How are you thinking around it?
So, thank you very much. It's a very good presentation, by the way. I'm wondering if you're a student. I know about you. So I'm wondering if you're a student because you've been so eloquent. You have articulated all the issues in terms of. I've really liked the presentation. Just to spur up your presentation a little bit, just work on the colors, the PowerPoint, because that's what we'll be pitching with. If you look at it, it's green. Most of the whatever, you find themselves, they're in different colors. So basically, somebody may. It's not. I'm just.
It tells me I've been graded.
No, not you. I'm talking about the.
I got you right.
Oh, okay. And then you're in green. Not you. It's. Yeah. Don't use dark fonts, whatever. Because yes, but you really put it well. I'm just putting it because you can now pitch it to other people. So basically work on your presentation because you have what it takes to present and all that. Number two is, I put presentation is green. You very articulated why you, because I was looking, what is the value add that the teams are bringing. The systems could be there, whatever, but why? Why is dear? That dialogue. Perhaps even when you're pitching, you can put that dear because somebody would want to know what is dear. You had already put it like that, but it makes it catchy in terms of when you're pitching. I have no problem. You've presented, and I've really wanted to become now a farmer. So you can onboard me after this.
Yes, just wanted to ask, are you training just in Nyandarua or the whole of Kenya?
No, okay, well, I just said it as an example. Sorry. I just said it as an example of where I am currently situated. So those are things you say on the ground? Yes, as that is the situation at hand. So maybe with time, we can upscale to different, and then now, let me answer two questions. Okay, am I allowed to answer the questions? Two of them. There was call to action slide, please. Yes, we were here. So this was on a realistic case scenario. Definitely we climb the ladder from below. Definitely I'll not start a new business model and I want to go I want to go to the whole of Africa, but I have to start with maybe Nyandarua where I am right now, right? And now proceed. For a realistic case scenario, we need like 20 for market acceptance first, And then now we can upscale, seeing what do we call it, pilot phase. Maybe we can do a pilot phase and now upscale with time. Not that maybe restricted to something else. And then there was a question on traction. So this works for the same. Maybe you can talk on that. We don't have some.
Just to add, I think 20 farmers are on the lower side. For that kind of income, I believe you need many farmers. That's why I was asking about the number of farmers. And you have this potential. Yeah.
Okay, just to add on the traction, where currently we don't have registered farmers, but we've started talking to farmers just on the ground. Another traction feature is the website and extensive research on dairy farming. And also we have a bank account for any transaction.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to Dairy Deer. They are ready to receive the money. This is serious business. You may have your seats. Micro Dairy Team 2. Huh? Kai wants to give them money. She's the first donor. I think they were listening when Patrick was speaking, so they brought their communications 101 and 102, their A game. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Raphael Mugo from Meru University of Science and Technology, bachelor degree in clinical medicine and community health.
Hi, I'm Afronia, currently at Kenya Medical Training College, doing medical engineering.
So we are the Dairy the Right Alliance. We'll write a presentation. So with our presentation, we start the challenges in the traditional dairy farming. Number one is dairy market access. So modern dairy farmers lack access to markets, and these they remit there is lack of profitability in the competitive market. Number two is the technological gap. There is the issue of proper equipment for proper processing of the milk products and processing and production. The other one is infrastructure. We have the issue of the poor road and means of communication. We have poor, the unreliable electric power to reach them, and hence there is lack of proper refrigeration of the milk, and this affects the freshness of the milk products. Now the other one is the quality control issue. This deals with the hygiene practices in the dairy products. The other one is access to finance, and hence they will lack this issue of they lack the money to access the veterinary services, the inputs in the cow boarding facilities. The other one is remittent extension services, and hence we have reduced in husbandry and hence raw production. The other one is lack of market information, and they lack the information of the market trends, and market trends, yeah. The other one is introducing a micro dairy unit in a cow boarding facility, transforming dairy farming for the better. This compact efficient units empower small-scale farmers with on-site milk processing, renewable energy integration, digital connectivity, and IoT technology, all over within a supportive environment for a cow care. Next slide. So the building blocks of the micro dairy unit include renewable energy. Now, for example, the biogas. You have a biodigester, and this biodigester will produce the biogas. This biogas is a renewable source of energy, which will be used in the cow boarding facilities. Again, on the biogas, we have the issue. We have the compost manure that is made of the biodigester is still used in the crop production. Then when you have those crop production, you can plant napier grass. You can give the cows. The other one is on-site processing. On-site processing, we have the yogurt maker, the bottle, the cheese maker. Then we have the digital platform, which connects the farmers with the retailers and service providers. That is where we incorporate the issue of the apps. The other one is incorporation of the IoT technology. We can move to the next slide. So
the impacts, we are creating positive changes. One, it's economic growth enhanced market access, environmental sustainability, improved value proportion, farmer empowerment, quality assurance, and community development. Market opportunity, meeting the demand for sustainable dairy products. It's offering consumers ethically sourced, high-quality dairy products. Leading the way, our competitive advantage lies in our innovative approach, operational efficiency, commitment to sustainability. From vision to reality, first implementation approach, we'll start with pilot projects, refine our processes based on feedback, and gradually scale up operations to reach more farmers and communities. Our members are Raphael Mogo, Jacqueline Macau, Afronia Kabutiti, Immaculate Tamberi, Elvis Kimutai, and Fred Waweru. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause to them. One of the things about the iTATU challenge is that it takes university students and throws them in the deep end. These are medical students. A round of applause to them. In the hydrogen team, there was one that also had medical students, right? One of them. And there was one where a finance person actually stood up here and talked about IT like she's doing a bachelor's in IT. So another round of applause to them, even as the floor is all yours. Where do we want to begin? Who wants to go first?
Your idea is nice because it brings together the aspect of what will that cow eat to produce more milk. But then I would like to understand the circle of which part are you starting with? Are you starting with making sure they standardize milk production, and then in the process they adapt to making biogas, which they can use for cooking, and even converting excess energy to rerek, for other people to use it for lighting their homes, and then later on compost manure, which is something that is futuristic. In SDG number 2, we are really championing for those fertilizers which are not processed, manure and stuff. So that's my only question. Which circle are you starting from? And how long will it take for you to adapt all of them?
Raphael, hold on.
So, good presentation. I'm also concerned about the, you're talking about biogas production, manure, and then you're talking about IoT technologies. So how are you bringing in all this? So where is your focus? So like, are you planning to come up maybe with a platform that is going, you listed a number of challenges there. So how are you going to be able to meet those challenges or to address those challenges? So like, for instance, how do you use the IoT technologies, or how do they come in to solve what problem? So you need to be a bit clear about that. So about the scope, just...
I think my question, has now been asked twice, and so I'll ask it again. So what do you specialize in, And I think just paint us a picture so that we're clear, because I think what you've highlighted is an entire ecosystem of dairy. So then I'm like, okay, where does it start? How do we go? And then it all becomes very sustainable. So then what would be your core service that you'd be offering to the farmers?
Any other last question? Going once, going twice, going thrice. Raphael, respond.
So, about our team, the Dairy Delight Alliance, it's about the cow boarding facility where cows are kept they are fed. Those cows will generate the compost manure. That compost manure is used to generate the biogas. That biogas still is used in writing the cow boarding facility. Again, when we're talking about the cow boarding facilities, it's like, for example, for instance, when you're in a boarding school, is where you are fed, you are kept well, like that. So in this cow boarding facility, we have then that is where we will come up with those solutions. Because the cows, when they're in those cow boarding facilities, number one, there is regular monitoring of them about the health. So the cows, if a disease emerges, you are able to follow up, and the cows are treated well. Yeah. So your question was about what? I get a bit.
Your idea is very good, very, very good. However, you're not answering the problem. So they're boarding. So what is the solution? Are you helping farmers have a place where they can save money from the extension services? Are you making it easier for them to have one space whereby, like, all farmers can be coming to visit their cows just to make sure they are all well taken care of? Because actually, and I wish you would have shared in Saudi Arabia, for example, everyone owns a cow in the country. So that would be a good place for you to start and tell us, this is what we've seen, this is what we've experienced, and now we would want to now bring this here so that now it can address which challenge. What exactly does the cow boarding platform provide to the small-scale farmers?
My question, just part of it, you've asked me to repeat. So you talked of IoT technology. So how do they come in? What challenge is being addressed, like among all those that you listed there?
John? And then you can respond.
Yeah, I'll just repeat what everyone is saying. This is what is happening. This is the current situation in terms of dairy. This is the gap, and this is the solution. That's what we wanted you just to show. Are cows still in the wherever the boarding? Are they still? There are cows we are using. There are people who are using whatever. What is it called? Biogas. There are people using biogas up to now. Yes. Now, what is the gap that you're addressing? And then now, that is one. I'm just so that I know you can go and polish it. What is the gap? And then how are you doing it differently? What is the value that you are providing? That's what's supposed to come out. Then number two, if you look at what you are presenting and what is she's asking, you are talking about the compact transforming dairy sector empower small-scale farmer with on-site milk processing, renewable energy integration, digital connectivity, and IoT technology. It's just mentioned there. The rest of the PowerPoint presentation is not focusing on what we are talking here now. It's now talking on market opportunity, meeting the demand for sustainable dairy products, offering consumers ethical sourced high-quality dairy products. So you are taking now you're confusing us. Just take one item and follow it through, or two items and follow them through so that at least we know this is the value you're bringing on board.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you've taken note of that. Gap, analyze it, solution. Gap, analyze, solution. They shall refine their pitch. And just before you sit down, or you may have your seats. A round of applause to them. Allow me to call Josphat from Endless Africa. He was seated there taking copious amounts of notes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. He has mentioned my name. We at Endless Africa, we are doing disruptive agriculture, majorly in dairy farming. And one of the challenges with most of the farmers, they are making losses without knowledge. Because one thing you realize that the cost of feeds in Kenya is very high. So what we are doing is that we are ensuring that we have the right feed, we are giving the animals the right feed, we are giving the animals the right ration. If it is dairy meal, you are not overfeeding the animal. So I was very interested by the group that presented about the telephone farming, because with telephone farming, they can, if they improve on that or if they implement that idea, they are able to do the mapping for the idolad in Kenya, especially in the eastern side of our country. You will realize that there is a lot of idolad that if we do some farming on that rad, we are going to have food security for our animals. So I wish they can create a platform whereby they can do the mapping of those idolad, they identify the owners, and because our country experiences a lot of drought, they bring the irrigation expert on board so that they can do an arrangement of like contract farming, because the market for those feeds is already there. Then in the platform, they can do the mapping for the farmers. And because the market for the feeds is already there, they can do something, they can sign contract with the farmers. Once you take the feeds from the places we have put at agriculture, the farmers, because the farmers usually have a cooperative or a union, the money can be deducted direct and then remitted to the one who have provided the land and the one who have provided the irrigation system. Then another thing that the system can add value is in doing the profitability analysis. You see, the farmer will be able to track the expenses they are using when they are feeding their animal, and also they are able to track their income. Then another area that they can bring some changes in agriculture is they are able even to track the seed companies and also to know whether a certain region, whether they are using the right seed when growing the feeds for the animal. Then another thing with the platform, I know they can bring on board the agronomist, such that when you are doing the farming, you are sure of whatever you are doing. Especially when you know a certain region, you are not supposed to grow Rusan, agronomist they are able to advise which seed or which seed are you supposed to use in a certain area. Then another thing I was very interested is when it comes to extension services. You know, sometimes, especially when you are offering the AI services, you are not able to track the breed of the animal. You are not even able to tell the next heat when it will come. So the system I know when implemented, is able to even to track the heat of the animal. You are not you will even be able to tell the history of the animal. In fact, when in problem in Kenya, there is a lot of inbreeding. So I know even if they implement that system, we are going to wide out the problem of inbreeding. So thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Another round of applause to Josephat. iTATU is about collaboration. I told you he was taking copious amounts of notes. He has talked about collaboration between the telephone farmers and the micro dairy. And Grace and your team can collaborate with Raphael and provide an end-to-end solution. You provide the extension services. If they can refine their compact units, Raphael, you call them compact units? Good, you guys will be in business. Then the telephone farmers can provide a solution so that milk does not disappear like pineapples. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a good day. Last team, Team 4A, towards sustainable mangoes. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I am Cindy Waweru from Pwani University.
Ian Joe, a fourth-year civil engineering student at Kenyatta University.
We are the Towards Sustainable Mangoes, and this is our presentation. So we shall start now. Okay, so have you ever wondered what journey your favorite mango went through from the farm to your table? Did you ever think, what did this juicy fruit go through to get here? Transparency and traceability is a growing trend in the food industry since consumers want to know how and where their food was made and grown. We bring you blockchain technology as the solution for transparency and traceability.
So, what is blockchain technology? Blockchain technology is an advanced database mechanism that allows transparent information. That allows transparent information. Okay. So, what is blockchain technology? Blockchain technology is an advanced database mechanism that allows transparent information. Sharing within a business network. Blockchain technology will revolutionize the mango industry by bringing an unparalleled level of transparency and traceability. Picture this. A world where you can trace a mango's journey all the way from origin from the origin to the consumer, which brings us to the four main aspects, which are supply chain, anti-corruption practice, transport, and waste management.
In the mango supply chain, the consumer will be able to trace or track the mango from the producer to the distributor to the retailer and finally to the consumers themselves. Next slide, please. So the next one. So here we see that the producer uses smart contracts to connect to the distributor, and after it's authenticated, he puts an RFID chip on the package and sends it to the distributor. After it arrives to the distributor then scans the QR code provided and makes payments. After that, the retailer does the same thing, but not only making payments, but also forecasting customer behaviors, which he or she can send back to the producer to give him information about the consumer's needs. And after it arrives to the consumer then can track the entire process from the producer to themselves and also scan the QR code for proof. An example is the Kahawa 1893.
Kahawa 1893 Coffee is a Kenyan company based in the US, which appeared on season 14 of Shark Tank. One of the main reasons as to why they got the investment was due to the use of blockchain, where one can tip the farmers directly in Kenya by simply scanning a QR code on the package.
Okay, as an anti-corruption practice, the next slide. As an anti-corruption practice, blockchain will help in promoting transparency in matters of finances and transactions. These finances include funds, grants, and subsidies offered by the government to the local mango farmers. As you can see here, when a transaction is requested to nodes, then the transaction is validated, and after that, it creates a block of data for the ledger, which is then added to the existing blockchain to make it permanent and unalterable. Next slide. And to make sure that no unauthorized person will be able to tamper with the data or access it, each participant from the previous transaction has an RSA key, and this RSA key is used by the verifier to deny or permit access to the participant. And also, consensus algorithms are used to validate this RSA key.
Next slide. Okay. Now, in waste management, a consumer will be able to track whether the mango waste, that the mango waste from origin all the way to landfill was properly disposed, such that environmentalists like me can be at peace knowing that the waste products of the mango was either composted, used for methane capture and produce biogas, or was either value added to bring things such as sauces, jams, or even animal feeds, and what have you. In transport, the transportational packages will be installed with chips and sensors, as well as RFID tags, where the supplier, industry, or farmer can track the mangoes towards the client. And if tampered with, the producer can prompt a recall so that a tampered package does not reach the consumer. So who are the stakeholders? The mango farmer, the local blockchain, or with blockchain doing away with corruption, this will bring about a nice environment without any unethical practices, which will cause fair competition between the mango farmer and other bigwigs with large orchards. The government. With blockchain, the government will be able to track irregularities and potential corruption cases promptly. This will lead to better governance and also will lead to better utilization of resources. The mango industry, a transparent, traceable, and corruption-free industry will contribute to better reputation, both domestically and in the international market. The mango consumer, with blockchains, blockchain will ensure that that the final mango consumer has confidence in the authenticity and originality of the mango products that they consume. So why is blockchain the best solution?
Why is blockchain the best solution? It eliminates intermediaries in terms of the process involved when the consumer is confirming how the mango was transported. permanently records information, as we saw in the anti-corruption practice, enables trust, data security and privacy, and public and private transparency. Thank you, and we hope that you will embrace blockchain technology as the future of transparency.
So RSA is it's a cryptocurrency tag where the R, S, and A are the second names of the people who invented them.
Okay, so it's a cryptocurrency. Okay, thank you.
The presentation is good. It has ticked several SDGs, which is great. The other thing is that it's futuristic, and which is amazing. And you guys should partner with KCB. They started onboarding blockchain backend last year. They're yet to finalize it to the final consumer. And after KCB launches, within a difference of 1 or 2 months, Equity will also launch theirs. But we trust KCB more than Equity, so you better work with KCB. So the other question is that, as an investor, we trust Equity more than KCB, but as a consumer, we trust KCB more than Equity. It's funny. So the question I wanted to ask is that, can someone trace to the end, like if I have a QR code for that mango, can I trace it and can it give me location like Google Map? Like to where that mango is? Can I use that QR code to follow up like a Google Map? And if yes, what are the measures to protect the person? Because if someone is looking where I'm living and I don't want them to know and they're part of the blockchain, if they can trace the mango to my place, then I'm scared.
Okay. I hope you're taking them down. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Jace.
Yes, hello. It was a nice presentation, and it's good to know that you're actually leveraging on the new trending technologies. What I wanted to ask is it very expensive? Have you done the costing? Because I'm trying to imagine, are you going to put it on each and every mango or the packaging? And you talk about corruption. What if I come and change when you've done the packaging? 2, I don't know if they've looked at that. And then you talked about IoT. I didn't see how it linked up. How are you using IoT with your blockchain when tracing the mangoes? Thank you.
So this is for our own, for future. So don't take it personal. Let me ask. You are the engineer? You are? You are, what do you do? Civil engineering. You are the engineer. Now, when pitching, let him do the actual hard work of developing the system. Pitch. Just pitch, and then when you find it is hard to explain, let him explain. It makes it, because I've been asked here a very hard question. That it's a very bad question. It's agenda issue. So, but what has come even from me, you presented very well. I think he was maybe he has seen so many people here around, and then the men, we but I knew he's the one who has developed this system. So, number 2 is very good presentation. Maybe it's me. Don't take it, I would give it another name. Instead of talking about blockchain technology, give me a good name, just because this is your system, so give it a name. Other than just saying blockchain technology. We know it's blockchain technology. Just give it a Mango Tracer or something, something of the sort. Give it just a very good, attractive name. And when you are explaining, we'll know it is just using blockchain and all that. Now, if So for example, when you're saying blockchain technology, the future of transparency is decentralized system of data verified by a network of nodes. We are just discussing another thing. You're talking about, it's the solution we want, not the blockchain technology. So factors of trust, and this is basically for traceability, is why is now, because you have asked yourself here, why is blockchain the best solution? It could be why that give it a name, is the best solution. Sindio? We're not discussing your blockchain. We are discussing about your solution. Now, you have said eliminates intermediaries, permanently records information, enables trust, data security. Just go further. Give us why is the best solution. Reduces costs, and we know when you eliminate intermediaries, you are reducing, you are cutting. So it's look at the outcome. What outcome it will give? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, because of time, please take that question and pass it on to Manasseh to pass on to them. The sponsors are having a problem with the time, or rather, the time is not on our side. So please just take it down, because we are still going to work with them, and we shall be able to refine that. Okay. You've taken down the questions? Huh? Okay, Susan. John amekutetea.
Sana. Thanks. So my question was really on market size, because I think as the presentation, first when I saw mangoes, I was like, statistics. Because if we're exporting more mangoes than avocados, or coffee and the kind, so like, where are we on that? Because why particularly mangoes? And itself is also, I think again, when you're thinking blockchain, why blockchain? But then, more I think, just to answer on the market size, like, what's the market size of mangoes, and why mangoes, not any other horticultural crop?
Okay. Thank you very much. You'll allow me to halt there. Allow you to sit. A round of applause to them. And call on board the last team. No, the last one. This is the last of the last. Yes. They have the pleasure of closing the stage. You see, they even dressed for the occasion.
Okay, good afternoon. So I'm Francis Wainaina, student from Meru University, pursuing BSc Clinical Medicine and Community Health. And my colleague.
I am Sarah Mutemi from Meru University, pursuing BSc in Clinical Medicine.
So we are the team Helix, who are working towards the challenge, towards sustainable mango production. And this is a challenge that we undertook, that it's in line with the SDG number 12, sustainable consumption and production. Sarah will take us through the first part of the challenge.
Thank you. So we'll first slide talks about the contents in our presentation. So there is an increasing global demand for transparency and ethical sourcing. So we during the development of the product, we thought about how can we be able to bridge this demand, the global demand. So we thought about how we can use technology to bridge the gap. As on the problem, as our client stated the problem, we focused on solving a problem of traceability and sustainability, whereby you can be able to trace a mango from down to the tree it originated from. In the next slide, this is our solution. And before we developed the solution, we went through a series of design thinking, whereby we were guided by insight of how to enable traceability and sustainability. We also, in our ideation stage, we thought of how we can use technology to be able to solve this solution, to be able to solve this problem. So in our solution, it's a digital tracking system. We would call it a DigiTrack. So there need to be existence of a database system. In this database system, you have to enter information. So this information is entered and stored, and it's available for retrieval. So once you have the database system, then on the product, it's assigned a code in relation to the stored information. So for example, in our product, the product right there is a mango juice. So we have an example of a code. So the code shown there is Lamu Farm number 8 at location C, planted in 2008, harvested in 2024, transported through track 18 to collection center 16 as batch 2024. The product is a juice produced in January 2024. So once that code is available on the product, you can be able to enter the code in a mobile application or a online website. So about the mobile application or an online website, you'd think of it of existence as the eCitizen app. You can use either the website or an application. So they both will have the same outcome. So once you enter the code to the application or the website, you'll be able to access the information as recorded in the database system. We have identified some risks that could be associated with our product. However, we have some mitigation measures. So for the number one is technology obsolescence. So this one can be mitigated by regular updates. We see the world is changing and we keep on improving and advancing in technology. So regular updates are needed to keep the application going. Then we have the data security. And to mitigate this, we have robust encryption for access control and mitigate unauthorized access. We have also data accuracy that to ensure that what is indicated in the product is actually what is in the system. So regular auditing of the information to ensure validity. So we developed a business model that will be associated with our product. So the key partners would be technology providers, farmers, retailers, and suppliers. The key activities is developing and maintaining a digital tracking system, partnering with farmers, because the information need to be related from the farmers to the company. We also have the key resources, who are the software developers or the tech developers, a marketing and sales team. This is the team that will be able to sell the product, the technology, the improved product. Yeah. Then we have the value proposition. What we'll get from the product is transparency, traceability, and quality assurance. We also, our target customers for this product are the health conscious customers. Most consumers will be the process. Most will not want the chemically produced mangoes, so they will prefer an organically prepared that was grown in an organic way. Then we have revenue streams. You can have a subscription fees, licensing of the system, partnering with retailers. We also, next slide, please. Zainab. Okay, Francis will take over from.
So we developed this digital tracking system, and it will be of great importance to Miri Fruits Company because it will ensure consumer confidence as consumers can be able to trace the product, be it the juice that they are taking. They can trace its origin, its quality, and how ethically it was produced. The next opportunity is supply chain optimization, as it ensures transparency and reduces operational cost through optimized process. The next is the market trends, as due to technological incorporation, the company has an upper hand in the market alongside other companies. Next slide. So for the financial projections, the solution that, or the product that we came up with, it has the company, the Middle Fruits company had to incur cost in software development, hardware development, because as we had seen in the solution, we have to develop the QR codes, we have to come up with the online website and mobile applications. So they need a personnel that have the knowledge in software development, employee training, and constant system maintenance. However, this leads to an increase in outcome when the digital tracking system is implemented. So giving the company the competitive advantage in the market, quality control, and more profits. Next slide. So this digital tracking system has a competitive advantage as it builds customer trust and loyalty. This makes it a good product whereby the consumers will adopt it as they are able to ensure and they have the confidence that the product they are consuming, they can trace it just from the market. So the next is the benefits. So the quality assurance to the customers due to the tracking of the journey of the fruit. Transparency, so this one ensures the ability to rectify issues that are related to social and environmental practices. Because in the solution, we have the use of IoT sensors where we can be able to ensure and know the fruits that have gone bad, and they can be used to make other products like the biogas. So,
just to add on value addition, we identified that on the sustainability part, it's not captured on the slide. I think it's not the updated slide, but we found that you see the byproducts after the processing. For example, the mango peels, it can be used in making a compost and biogas production. These ones are organic. They are organic values. I mean, they have organic benefit to the company. For instance, once you sell the products, yeah, it will earn the company a revenue for sustainability. The last slide was about our members. We have Denver, Vena, and Jacqueline Kaguria, and our mentors were Florence and Manasseh. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Strictly 3 questions. So the 2 of you and 1 more. Do you have a question?
Thanks to the 2 teams. This is a digital tracking system. I want it to relate to the benefits. John's uncle in Kalamba is called who? Krilimbi. That one. He has 10 trees of mangoes, but when you find him boasting in the market, he says he has a lot of mangoes, but only 10 trees. Now, tell me how this system will reduce its usage of chemicals. Some small disconnect, but we need to refine a little bit. Now, where are the role of aggregators? I wish we could all go to Kikomba Market, down there, and you find a lorry of bananas from Kisii and a lorry of bananas from Meru. And we want to con Cecilia when she comes to the market, because the bananas from Eastern are not good, but we want to tell you, these are from Kisii, the best one. And they do what we call aggregation, mixing everything. What you get there is something else. Can't even tell what is it. How will that problem of aggregation, because brokers are interested in aggregation, they get the numbers, then they sell to other people. But in all, the 2 teams, good presentations, we can refine the ideas later.
Okay, thanks for your presentation. It was a good presentation. Mine, two quick questions. Who are the target users mainly of the system? So I don't know if it is the local farmer, or because that information that is being stored will enter that information into the system. So, and how is it different from usual, supply chain management kind of systems that will store information about the products as it's moved from this point to the other? Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to the team and to all the teams. You may have your seat. You have taken down the notes. As I call Manasseh on stage, there is a challenge that has been given to us as mentors and iTATU. We shall work towards refining the pitches with them and maybe share with them how to pitch and how to present better. Manasseh.
Thank you, somebody said I was cloned while I was away. Thank you, Joe, and thank you all for sitting through all these presentations and asking very tough questions to our teams. Hopefully that has also helped them to rethink the solutions. These have been good presentations. We are in a learning environment, and that's why we give students opportunity to ask and answer all those tough questions. We hope you have not been intimidated, right? Great. I could have spoken for the last team as well, and somebody would call me a bad name because that was also my team. I love these teams. So I'm going to wind this up very quickly by thanking you all for coming, thanking our judges for taking their sweet time to evaluate the presentations, and we will give them time over the lunch break to finalize their assessments, and which will be shared with the teams later on. We're not going to announce winners and losers because we said everybody here is a winner, correct? So we're all going home winners. I would have given David a chance to just say how he wanted to pull all these teams into the first cohort, but you'll do that later, okay, for guys. And so do I call on Dr. Gatune to give the last word? Now, Wame Chakula.
You're finishing. Actually, we are really out of time. I think the hotel really wants us to go and get our lunch. So I don't say, I just say thank to all of you for coming, for the efforts. Maybe Zainab, well, you want to say something? Please come over. Zainab. Just, yeah, and you can also say a short. So what do you want to say? Just I'm not sure. What? Just say, please. I'm not sure what you want to say.
No. I just wanted to say, Manasseh said we are not announcing the winners, but we will select from what the judges have been doing. From the comments that have been put across, we will select, or let's say choose, the 5 teams that at least got the best from the judges, and they will be the ones who present on the annual event, which is on the 4th of April. But that does not exclude the rest of the teams. You can still attend the event. We will still take you through the journey, so we are not abandoning you. So don't feel as if we were sifting and taking the best for the day. So that's just it. We've taken so much time. The hotel is on my case. You guys are also on my case. Most of these people are on my case. So let's just wrap it up. We will continue this interaction at the lunch table and also online. Please just allow us to close. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Philip, maybe you just want to say one final thing.
One thing. It's already done. That's one thing. See, I've said it. Okay, just to appreciate all the teams. Looking forward to meet majority of you guys in the annual event and the other sub-components. Are we invited for lunch? That floor? So let's continue discussing it over lunch. Otherwise, have a good day. to our Muslim brothers and sisters. Continue with Ramadan. Okay, thank you. And we close this session for now.
In the meantime, all the teams, please make sure that your email addresses are correct. You'll be sent a form by Wangari to share your evaluations. That will come soon. Okay, where is this lunch?
Third floor.
Lunch is on third floor. Okay, third floor. It's okay.
Wow.